Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Tonight on Podium Esports, it is the start of qualifying weekend for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500, beginning with heat races number 1 through 5. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday afternoon, and drivers that finish in places 6 through 13th go straight to the LCQs, or the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday afternoon. And all the other drivers that finish in 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races on Podium Esports this weekend.
For weeks, 250 of the best stock car racers on iRacing have focused squarely on the World Center of Racing. And to make it to victory lane in Daytona Beach, you need to be patient, face attrition, and endure all challenges. But to have a chance to be called a Podium 500 champion, you need to prove you can beat the best. The journey from 250 entries goes down to 40 starters beginning tonight. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Podium Esports' coverage of the 6th annual Podium 500's heat races, live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me in the booth for Heat 1 tonight is Robert Hill Jr. Our producer this evening is Christian Hill. Christian using cameras provided by the great Dougie Beard. Tonight, we get set to go racing for the first time for this year's Podium 500, Robert. And in turn, these drivers look to set sail and get full speed around Daytona.
Yeah, good evening, Justin. Good evening, everyone. Welcome here to Podium 500 Heat Racing tonight. It's going to be an energy and intensity-packed evening. 30 laps for each heat race, and only 13 of the drivers will advance beyond this opening stage of qualifying for that Podium 500. Of course, 5 drivers advancing directly to the dual races on Saturday. Everyone else from 6th to 13th going to have to go to those LCQs. Everyone else going to be going to the sidelines. So watch for some great racing all night long as everyone tries to work their way into the big show.
Drivers are currently in the midst of preparing for tonight's action, but again, when it comes to Daytona International Speedway, you're talking about a facility with plenty of speed built around. It's 31 degrees of banking here tonight, 18 degrees in the tri-ovals this evening. To put it quite simply, tonight's format works as such around the racetrack. In turn, these drivers will have just 30 laps around this facility, 2.5 miles around the racetrack, 60 miles an hour down pit road. Not expecting pit stops tonight unless you have damage or need some tires potentially. Keep in mind, these drivers will also have to be able to work speeds as high as 200 plus miles an hour to be able to contend for the race win. But keep in mind when it comes to the heats themselves, there's a lot of pressure to move on, especially here tonight. Quite simply, when it comes to Daytona, we're about to see in a moment here, Robert, the top 5 get set for the duels for the weekend. Anyone 6th and below, they have to go to the LCQs as you see your details on screen.
Yeah, taking a look at the screen here, like you mentioned, top 5 going to the duels, 6th to 13th going to those LCQs on Saturday. Everyone else going to be going to the sidelines. Of course, tonight's race is 30 laps, so 75 miles in length, $50 to the winner of each of the heat races. Of course, a fixed setup, 1 fast repair, and they have a 17 incident point limit. So that's something that we hope doesn't come into play. If it does, you're probably not going to be too competitive anyways, as aerodynamics play such a huge part here at Daytona.
And as we get all set for tonight's action, the drivers, we can tell you this, 10 heats full of drivers are just about all set to go for tonight's action. They're already on the racetrack. Let's take a look at how they'll start here this evening. 24 drivers are in Heat 1 tonight, and some big names get ready to start in the first heat. Zach Novak starts on the pole for Heat number 1 tonight. He'll start alongside Aaron Brunner. The second row features David Brown for Nexus Esports alongside Corey Henry. Gregory Thompson starts 5th alongside Matt Quick. Then, in the 7th spot, another eNASCAR driver. That's Briar LaPrade in 7th. Brock Westmoreland starts off in 8th. Rounding our top 10 tonight, Mark Vondel and Michael Trisquero. Real quickly, Robert, the rest of the grid on screen, your keys to get advancing in this one.
Keys to advancement here tonight is going to be playing it smart, driving clean, and making sure you're there at the end. Everyone's going to have an opportunity to compete for this victory as long as they keep their car in one piece and they're there for all 30 laps. As the pace car's off, Justin.
The green flag is out. We're underway for heat racing for the Podium 500.
Zach Novak off to an early lead here with help from David Brown on the inside. They're going to pull away already from that outside lane. You can see them falling back now. Aaron Brunner, Briar LaPrade, they are positions 4 and 5 currently as Brunner continues to fall back through the field already. The inside lane got a fantastic start, and they've become a lot more uniform already than that outside lane, and that's going to be another key tonight. Get your lanes together, and you're going to be able to do big things.
And already, Zach Novak in turn leading that bottom line, as you mentioned, Briar LaPrade trying to dictate the tempo top side with the 3-car tandem. But the first lap will be led by Novak. Now, keep in mind, Zach Novak amongst those who had a shuffle when it comes to eNASCAR teams during the offseason. Representing that new grouping throughout this year's Podium 500. And already looking very comfortable once that top 5. Brunner currently on the bubble.
Yeah, Brunner currently that bubble car. He's right behind Briar LaPrade, currently pushing Briar up the outside lane, getting a bit of a run here. You're going to see side draft coming to play quite a bit. The draft package has changed here with these next-gen cars, so we'll have to keep that in mind throughout the evening. But currently, Novak leads David Brown, Gregory Thompson, Mark Vondel, Malachi Drake, and Kyle Urbanek currently in those transfer spots to the duels. And the car holding that last spot to head to the LCQs is the 8 machine of Kason White.
And in turn, that's going to potentially, you'd have to think, lead to a lot of aggression later on in this one. It's early in the race per se, but this is not a lot of time. You got a full fuel run to get in the top 5 if you want to be a bit more comfortable for Saturday, to say the least.
You're definitely going to want to figure things out here. Of course, this is, for a lot of these guys, this is their only shot to make it into the Podium 500. So you're going to want to have as strong of a race as you possibly can here. And with the new package that these drivers are dealing with, you can't necessarily get those huge runs by yourself on the outside, just taking advantage of the draft. You have to have strength in numbers here tonight, and we're really not seeing that on the outside lane whatsoever as we have a wreck on the front straight.
And our first big one already. Caution flag is out. Urbanek, LaPrade, several more stack up. Gordon, Spain in the middle of it. And we're already under yellow for the first time today. And while there is a fast repair available, that's going to hurt a lot of drivers' track position in the early going of this one.
Definitely not wanting to use the fast repair this early. We're seeing the likes of Andrew Teft, Briar LaPrade, Jimmy Reynolds, Tanner Long, Kyle Urbanek all involved in this one, as well as Gordon Spain. So a good handful of cars here. Some of them should be able to get damage fixed on pit road. Others going to have to use the fast repair like you mentioned. And this is way too early to be wanting to use that fast repair.
So in turn, LaPrade and Spain have the mandatory repairs. Let's take a look at what happened once more. I was just about to say the third line was starting to come into play with Adam Cabot just in front of Cabot. They try to get 3 wide working there too.
Yeah, just ahead of Cabot there, like you mentioned. Briar LaPrade looked like he went to go 3 wide middle, and that led to absolute chaos. The 3 machine going up nearly over on 2 wheels there as the rest of the tail end of the field piles in. So like you said, a couple drivers already with mandatory repairs. You're seeing bumpers slide off of the race cars there. So early damage here and early carnage at the tail of the field in qualifying heat number 1 for the Podium 500.
First EOL penalty of the event has been given out by race control. Kyle Urbanek will be at the end of the longest line, and several drivers, as to be expected, coming in for some repairs or top-offs here. But for a lot of drivers, it's a chance to be able to showcase their super speedway skills tonight, be able to try and find their way up to the front. It's fixed setups throughout the festivities of this year's Podium 500, keep in mind. And a lot of the big names picking up some spots for that. Adam Cabot, as we mentioned, made it cleanly, already up 6 in the back grouping. You also have Kwame Scott from 23rd to 12th, another one of those with Nexus Esports looking to get up to his teammate in David Brown.
Yeah, Kwame Scott, one of the Coke Series rookies this year, trying to make a name for himself. He's already worked his way to the top level of eNASCAR competition, and here tonight, looking to work his way into the Podium 500 duels coming up on Saturday. We'll see what he's able to do. Kwame, a driver that I've had experience racing against, and Justin, he is so much better than I am.
He's driving for Letard Esports. In fact, good to mention when it comes to the Coke Series this season. And amongst those who had to break on through when it came to an intriguing run at the Clash for eNASCAR a couple weeks ago, he finished 20th in that race. So this is also the opportunity for a lot of those to potentially, of course, be able to find some friends they haven't maybe raced as much with in the past couple years. Take, for example, the Monday Night Racing Connection. That series, of course, closing about a week or so ago now. Presley Sorrell, one-time champion, is in the back of the field and 19th at the moment.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Monday Night Racing League coming to a close. Actually closed up this past Monday. Ryan Vargas picking up the final championship over in that league, and drivers like Presley Sorrell, like you mentioned, looking for a new home here in iRacing. And he's not a driver that is a stranger to winning these big events, and he's going to be one, if he does make it through to the duels and to the 500, he's going to be one to watch, Justin.
So currently getting set for the 1-to-go signal as we are set to go back racing in the next moment or so. Of note, Spain did not leave the pit lane after the crash. Aaron Brunner just left the pit lane after spending several seconds down there. So up front, it's Novak and Brown, Thompson and Vondell. Drake rounds out the top 5 amongst those currently in the dual positions. Then it's Jason Wallet, Will Weber, followed by Kaysen White, Corey Henry, Kwame Scott, Quick, Westmoreland, Triscaro, Cabot, and Reynolds amongst the top 15 for the upcoming restart. So remember, top 13 advance to the LCQs, from 6 to 13 should say, top 5 to the duels. So already almost a third of the way through the race pretty quickly here. What's your thoughts if you're towards that back of the pack and know already we've had a big crash because of the 3 wide starting to form to get to the front?
Being a shorter race, the aggression and intensity is going to pick up much sooner time-wise than it would in a longer event. If I'm at the tail of the field, I'm still going to hang back here probably With it being lap 6 now, I'm going to hang back here most likely another 10 to 12 laps and then start charging towards the front, but making sure that I don't lose the draft. It's become really easy to lose the draft with this new package. So you're going to want to do whatever you can to possibly stay up with these guys, but not necessarily be in that hornet's nest. So conservative run, but ready to jump forward.
Brown getting himself sorted up on the top of the racetrack for the upcoming restart. But an interesting one to start things off here for Heat 1 for the Podium 500 for 2024. 10 total heats throughout the next 2 days. Keep an eye and see that set action all on Podium Esports. Zach Novak for Oxygen Esports leads the field still. Green flag is out. We're backing away.
Another great jump here for Novak, but Brown gets an equally as good jump. He's going to drop down to the inside lane just ahead of Gregory Thompson, the third car in line there on the inside lane. That's Mark Vondell up top. He's going to get passed by Malachi Drake on the inside. They're going to see if they can get the top lane hooked up a lot better than it was on that previous run. They didn't really seem to get anything going until just before the caution, and what they've got going is another wreck.
Caution is out, and they are still wrecking. White is spinning. Reynolds slides up the track. Triscaro just avoids the contact, and we're under yellow already for a second time.
Yeah, these drivers not too pleased with each other already. Second incident of the day here in the first 7 laps. We'll take a look momentarily on the Podium replay machine and see what happened, but not what we were hoping for here in the early going.
Already some more slams indeed. Case and White already some heavy front end damage from that contact in the 8 machine. But I will say this when it comes to the bumpers tonight. You have to make sure they're lined up. There were some body adjustments for 2024, remember, based on the 2024 spec designs that we'll see in the Cup Series in real life.
That's exactly right. You have to make sure you're bumping square. You don't want to be off center to the left or the right. It becomes very easy to hook them or hook the car around you, send them around and cause big issues like we've seen so far. And that could possibly have been what just happened. We'll take a look on the replay here and see what did trigger caution number 2.
Keep an eye. It started on the top.
Looks to me, Justin, like a checkup on the outside lane. Third car in line has to duck down to avoid running into the cars ahead of him, but no room. Ends up in the side of the car running the inside lane. Sends 3 of them around there. Like you mentioned, Triscaro just missing out on getting involved in yet another incident here. Not how he wanted his heat race to go here.
So with that being said, they now regroup here. Once again, a very quick caution flag period. So we'll see how many drivers are able to get some of this damage fixed during the pit road sequence here. In the midst of all this, keep an eye on Malachi Drake. He's already up to 4th. We mentioned him starting 5th on the previous restart in the 7 car. He's amongst those flying through pretty fast despite all these quick cautions.
Yeah, a couple of the big movers here so far. Like you mentioned, Malachi Drake up 7 spots, started 11th here tonight, now up to position 4, just behind him, actually. Will Weber up a dozen spots, started 17th tonight, currently running there in position number 5. And another big mover, Justin, is Kwame Scott up 13 positions. He started 23rd out of the 24 here and currently finds himself in position number 10. So, of course, it is super speedway racing, a little bit easier to make some of those passes than, say, an intermediate track. But it's been tough, too, because they haven't gotten those green flag runs as of yet to really get those cars wound up and make those moves.
Keeping an eye on Novak as he leads the field. And I think it's a feel-good story, actually, when you talk about the 7 to touch upon him one more time, because that's a driver that's in the 4th spot with Proximity Racing. Here's the interesting thing. They actually shut down for most of last year, for the most part, where they originally ran in our Road to Pro, then seen their presence fall off until the late fall, when some of their drivers and former competitors who had joined several different groups or had then separated with said groups were still running with the colors from Proximity Racing. Jordan Coots comes to mind in several different series. And in turn, they've seen themselves reestablished with a whole new lineup for 2024 for the Road to Pro campaign next week.
It's always nice to see the dedication from drivers of a certain team, even if the team as a whole takes a step back for a season or so. They all reconverge, come back together, and they're going to make another run at it. Like you mentioned, Road to Pro coming up here soon. Watch for drivers such as Malachi Drake to work his way through and see what he can do.
And in turn, he'll start on the outside of row 2. Again, on the bubble for the LCQs currently is Cabot. On the bubble for the dual races is Weber. So no pressure, but we are now officially a third of the way through. Do you press the panic button yet?
I wouldn't as of yet. If we do get another caution towards the mid to back half of the field, I would definitely start thinking about charging forward, just because I'm not sure how many green flag runs we're going to get. If we're going to get an extended green flag run where we can piece together 10, 15 laps to make a solid charge from the rear of the field. So like I said, if we do get another caution, I think that's going to trigger go time for a lot of these guys, knowing that they may not have the opportunity to charge forward.
Just getting all set to regroup here. As mentioned, Scott amongst those to keep an eye on the eNASCAR rookies. Up at the 10th spot already, from the 23rd spot. Presley Soar, by the way, gained about 7 spots since the last restart. That's crazy to say because we made it half a straightaway. For him to pick up that many spots says a lot.
Absolutely. With the amount of racing that we actually got in that particular run, which wasn't much at all, like you mentioned, half a straightaway, to be able to gain a few positions, work his way up to that 11th position, 12th position is pretty strong here out of Presley Sora. And I have it from a good source that he's looking to go full-time in ARCA East this season. So watch for Presley Sora to be a very strong driver here throughout these Podium 500 events and charge his way forward to have to avoid that LCQ coming up on Saturdays. The pace car about to make the turn to pit road here, Justin. Let's go green.
Still set to go. Zach Novak in control for a third time. He's led all the laps so far. And back underway. Better launch for the outside. In fact, a poor launch from Gregory Thompson. That allows Brown to jump down, and everybody zips by.
Yeah, like you mentioned, poor start there for Gregory Thompson. That allows Malachi Drake to drop to the inside in position number 3. Corey Henry falling back, leading that outside lane. Now Thompson gets a charge back on the inside. Will Weber just behind him. They're going to charge forward, and the outside lane's going to be side by side with the 5th place car of Weber now. Looks like we're fixing to go 3 wide. I believe that to be Kwame Scott digging up on the high side. Actually, yes, I believe that is Kwame Scott. Tried to go 3 wide. Now he's going to fall back in line. Went from potentially the top 5 back to position number 12.
Wouldn't want to go 3 wide quite yet from that position. Coming up closely to halfway. Corey Henry rips away the race lead, though, on the high side in the blue 5. And more trouble. More contact down the front stretch. Sano and several more spin on around. We're under caution. Urbanek involved again. Westmoreland gets involved in this one. Cautions breed cautions.
Cautions do indeed breed cautions. We'll try to get a look at this one shortly. I believe Sam Dyer may have gotten a piece of that one as well. Andrew Sano, Kaysen White, Kyle Urbanek, and Brock Westmoreland, like you mentioned, all appear to have been involved in that one. So unfortunate for those drivers that had been charging their way forward, now kind of stabilized at the tail of the field after getting involved in the latest incident. So we'll take a look here momentarily and see what actually triggered caution number 3 here on lap number 13.
Cause of caution already to Adam Cabot. So the 17 being sent to the back for the incident. So in turn, let's take a look if we can here in the next moment or so, right here in fact, because watch the 17, the black and red car.
Ooh. What I saw right there was, I don't think he was trying to go 3 wide, Justin. He just kind of jumped up in the middle and ended up hooking the car on his outside, leading to that wreck. But It seems to be anytime anyone's got to the middle so far, it has led to yet another caution, sending multiple vehicles around.
And in turn, a lot of drivers picking up a lot of damage, including those who have already used that one repair available. So that's going to be a concern for a lot of these competitors, to say the very least, if you're amongst those having to come from the back. But already coming up to halfway in this one. By the way, Presley sliced and diced his way to 4th in that 23 car in Sim 98 on track. To the surprise of no one, he's continuing to charge forward.
Yeah, definitely not surprising, like you mentioned. Presley Sora, a very strong competitor, like you mentioned, a Monday Night Racing champion, competitor for the win absolutely everywhere he goes across the iRacing simulation. And I would watch for him to definitely contend for the win here in heat race number 1. But there's some good cars ahead of him too. Corey Henry, Matt Quick, and Zach Novak, as well as David Brown just behind him, holding those top 5 transfer spots over to the dual number 1 race that'll come up on Saturday. And then, of course, the drivers that are currently in a transfer spot to go to the LCQ include Malachi Drake, Michael Trescaro, who's done a nice job rebounding, by the way, from the latest caution, Gregory Thompson, Kwame Scott, Will Weber, Mark Vondell, Andrew Teft, and Jason Wallet currently round out those drivers in transfer spots.
The pressure's absolutely building up, but give credit to a great initial lap off the restart for Henry. He's now the leader in all this and quickly jetted out with the help of Quick, Sora, and a couple others on that top line of the 5 car. That's a driver that competed in the early days of some Super Speedway racing series such as iSuper Speedway. That was about 10, 12 years ago now. When it comes to a lot of his experience, it was also one of the drivers at one time on the bubble in some of the original iterations of what's now the Road to Pro series, back when they used the Open series to qualify for a pro license.
Yeah, Justin, you're making me feel pretty old right now. I remember when all of this took place. I was around 12 years ago on iRacing. Never got to that level, but I definitely do remember when they were using that Open series to try to propel the drivers to pro. And now seeing some of these guys back out here tonight, some of them have been around all those 12 years, and some of them now just making their return. But we'll see what happens here. We're coming up to halfway. We should be about 15 to go when we go green, and we still have a lot of good racing left here in heat race number 1. And of course, 4 more heat races coming tonight and another 5 coming tomorrow.
Looking at Michael Trescaro, who's amongst those who's brought for their viewpoints here tonight. He's in a whole Discord full of teammates here this evening, and he is the owner of PGR Esports. He's also a one-time champion in NASRA competition. He's also picked up a couple Super Speedway Series titles. He's having to deal with some damage here at the downside, and here's the other thing to consider. On top of the 30 laps, it is, if needed, up to 1 hour at most per heat. So if it becomes the point where we use multiple, and I mean dozens of green-white checkers, that time limit is going to play a major factor.
Looking at Michael Trescaro here, Justin, you see him wearing that Dale Sr. hat. I wonder if he felt like channeling the Intimidator here to try to work his way into the Podium 500, or if he just grabbed a hat off of the shelf.
Well, you can argue trying to channel the Intimidator, while also channeling the Davey Allison feel, while also maybe channeling a couple other vintage race car drivers in the feel of this, while also having a teammate that's already been involved in the most recent caution, and now trying to find a way to get both of them in the race.
That's definitely tough when you have a driver on your team that's on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, you're up there in one of those transfer spots. You have to balance the fact of, do I go back and help push him into the race as well, or do I just focus on my race? I think with about half of the race remaining, it's time to focus on locking yourself into that transfer spot.
It's just about all set for the restart. Halfway to go on laps this time around. Corey Henry, Matt Quick on the front row. Novak, Sora, and Brown are currently in the comfortable positions for the duels. For the LCQs, Drake, Trescaro, followed by Thompson, Scott, Weber, Vondell, followed by Teft. Wallet is the bubble in the 76. Just about set to go. 15 laps to go in Heat 1. Back underway.
Green flag is back out. Corey Henry on the loud pedal on the inside lane. He does not have a pusher currently as his friend on the inside. Zach Novak going to fall back. He's side by side with the outside lane. Leading that is Matt Quick. He's going to have help here from Presley Sora. Let's see if they can get up and go by this inside lane. Looks like the inside is getting hooked up now as Novak and Brown up to the rear end of Corey Henry. They're going to push him down the back straightaway as they start to put a little bit of space between themselves and Matt Quick on the outside.
Not a lot of help on that top line. Only a tandem draft now for the leading two cars. Everybody else shuffling to the bottom. In turn, Kwame Scott now in the top 5. Matt Quick getting shuffled. Presley Sora shuffles him. Now it's 3 wide. Thompson trying to help Quick. Scott trying to help himself.
Here comes Kwame Scott up to the outside of Michael Trescaro. On his inside, Malachi Drake battling back. He's going to try to take that spot from Kwame. Kwame now going to have Trescaro just ahead of him. Just behind is where we find the Matt Quick machine. Outside lane trying to get together. 3 wide just behind them here. That is Vondell, I do believe, coming up through the middle as these drivers duke it out for position. We may get another one here as these guys getting very tight. And just like I said, we have one stepping off. I believe that's Andrew Sano on the inside.
Sano able to save it, though. That breaks up the pack a little bit. Down to 13 laps to go. And in turn, the push is on. Trescaro working this time with Scott. He's got Quick and Thompson on that top line. And they're amongst those trying to get that triple car tandem working. We've seen a lot of that in 2023 with the next-gen car, where it became very necessary to have that third car to help you with the momentum.
Yeah, you definitely need the additional cars here. Kwame Scott all over the rear end now of the Michael Trescaro machine. They're going to try to get down, maybe get a little bit of that side draft here through turns 3 and 4. That definitely does come into play for these drivers. You see Trescaro side by side with Malachi Drake. That as well is where you're going to find the final transfer spot to the qualifier, or to the duels on Saturday. But up front, Corey Henry, Zach Novak, nose to tail. The bumping is picking up here as we're coming around. We're going to be 11 to go next time by, and we're going to be dueling it out for that spot in the duels.
And not to panic, but a lot of big names need to get a lot of spots fast. Laprade, Sora, Cabot amongst those. Already, half of those names just mentioned already losing the draft. That's how big that last slide was we talked about, where it lost about 5 to 10 cars off the caboose of this choo-choo train. And now, this is a big chance for a lot of the others to say, why not us instead of those names right here?
That's exactly it. Why not us? We may not be the Coke Series drivers. We may not be the Monday Night Racing champions, but we're here to play as well. Here comes Michael Trescaro. Help from Kwame Scott up on the high side. Trescaro up to third, and looking for second on the outside is Zach Novak. Novak, of course, one of the best on the iRacing sim as well, and he's going to try to hold off some very hungry cars behind him here as Corey Henry continues to lead. 10 to go this time by. And we have a bunch of cars still up here, still in contention in this main group, 17 cars deep, as Briar Laprade, the last car in group number 1, just behind them, actually a good bit behind Presley Sora, Adam Cabot leading a charge of about 7 cars. Can they get there? Only time will tell. 10 to go, and it's Corey Henry out front.
Henry looks very comfortable. Zach Novak extremely comfortable trying to push that 5 car. Right now, David Brown in the same boat. Trescaro amongst those also trying to maintain momentum. Keep in mind, though, wouldn't be surprised to see a couple drivers jet out here. You have Scott that's proven he's not afraid to jet out already. A couple others may be ready to try and make a pass if they feel like they could do something, you have to think, if they want to get straight to the duel and make it a little bit more easier on Saturday.
You're not going to want to have to go through those LCQs, Justin. The intensity, the aggression level is going to be absolutely through the roof because that is do or die time for everyone that has not made it through to those duels on Saturday. So watch for these guys to step out, try to put something together here as that high lane continues to try to cook here. Trescaro leading the way on the outside lane. He still has Kwame Scott behind him. Matt Quick up there as well. they're going to look to gain a little bit of momentum down the back straightaway. We are 9 to go, coming to 8 this time, and these drivers know it's go time. If you're in 7th, you're in 8th, you don't want to be there. You don't want to go to the LCQ. You have to get to the top 5, and you only have 8 laps to do it.
That top line is losing a lot of ground in the middle of the corner. That's an interesting thing noticed so far in this one, because that bottom line seems to be quicker even down some of the straightaways because of how long it takes to respond. As a matter of fact, Andrew Teft, he's now in the conversation for the top 5 because of all the checking up on the top side.
Yeah, Teft, a driver we haven't really talked about a ton tonight. He's had a very quiet race, avoided most of the incidents that we've had here so far. Finds himself in position number 6. He's going to be battling with Michael Triscaro, with Kwame Scott to try to get up to position number 5. He has Malachi Drake just ahead of him. Now you have a 3-car tandem cooking up here on the high side lane. Triscaro, Scott, and Quick. Quick falls off a little bit. Scott going to give it a great push here to Michael Triscaro. They're going to get a great run here on the outside of the David Brown machine. Brown going to fall back. Now they're up to Zach Novak in position number 2. Triscaro looking for the lead, and he's going to get it here at the line just ahead of Kwame Scott and Corey Henry as we are just 7 laps to go. It's Michael Triscaro, Kwame Scott, Corey Henry, Matt Crick, and Gregory Thompson, the transfers.
That likely won't hold, though, because Scott, he's got a big run because of Quick yet again. One of the drivers with experience in the VRX World Cup with the push. Now the move up top, comes into contact, it's Brown. He slides to the grass, caution flag is out.
Malachi Drake as well.
And Drake slides back across the racetrack and avoids the second pack barely.
Justin, this is going to change absolutely everything here, as these drivers know when they come back around to take the green flag, it's just going to be a handful of laps to go, quite possibly even a green-white checkered. I think it's going to be more about 3 or so laps when they go green again. But Kwame Scott, Matt Quick, Greg Thompson, Jimmy Reynolds, a driver we have not mentioned tonight, and Michael Triscaro, the top 5, with some very, very hungry drivers behind them.
Yoel Pelney, David Brown. Let's take a look at the cause of caution here. That's a big one for a lot of the drivers in the field. Let's take a look at what happened, though.
Watching back there in the middle portion of this pack, you can see, I believe that's Malachi Drake. Actually, no, Drake's still on the bottom. That's the 83, like you mentioned, comes up off the bottom. That's David Brown, gets collected, comes back, takes Malachi with him, and across the grass they go, sliding back up onto the racetrack. And I believe group number 2 now going to come around as you see Presley Sora and others dart on by. So that could have been a lot worse had group number 2 been closer.
Apparently the spotter call, hearing from the 88 camp, or at least the provided stream for Briar LaPrade, was spotter call was 3 wide middle, and then they immediately crashed. So in turn, it's Scott in the race lead, and just like that, the intensity level just cranked up an extra 5 or 10 notches. Because you have LaPrade back in the conversation, everybody back in the conversation. We likely, based on how many laps are to go here, have maybe 3 laps to decide this, depending on if it stays green. No pressure.
No pressure indeed. That's a lie for sure. Pressure definitely on here for these drivers. We have not seen the outside lane get a good restart really since the drop of the green flag to start this one. Maybe one good restart for the outside, but the inside has been absolutely phenomenal here. So we're going to have to see what they can do to get together as quickly as possible from the drop of that flag, get that outside lane cooking. We're probably going to see a 3rd lane form either to the high side or up through the middle, as we will only have a handful of laps to go. Like you mentioned, most likely 3 laps when we go green once again. And every driver that's out here is going to want to be up in that top 5. And if they can't get there, at least the top 13. So we're going to see intensity all throughout this field.
I think that's the understatement of the day at this point. But right now, if you're amongst those just outside the bubble, what do you expect to be the move you need to make? Because here's the driver. Here are the drivers outside the dual mark right now. You have Westmoreland, first out, Henry, Novak, LaPrade, Weber, Teft, amongst those that are in the LCQ spots. that we've seen up front. But then you have the pressure out the LCQ bubble. White, Bruner, Wallet, Vondel, Sora, Cabot. That's a lot of big names in the mix of that are either going to want top 5 right now or going to, at the very least, say, get at least the top 13, because that's a lot of time we've seen drivers lose that many spots that they are looking to gain in the span of half a straightaway today.
If I'm a driver outside the top 10, what I'm looking for here, especially with 2 or 3 laps to go, I'm going to look for any sort of opening up the middle. If something happens there, I'm going to stick my nose in. I'm going to dart. Somebody's going to go with me, and we're going to get a charge going up through the middle. If that doesn't happen, then I'm going to peek to the outside, see who goes. Let's get a train going. Let's go. Choo-choo. We're coming to the front. We have to get cars together. Like I mentioned before the start, strength in numbers is going to be your best friend here tonight. So if you can get 3, 4, 5 cars on the outside or even up through the middle, that's going to be your key to getting into those transfer spots here tonight. And if you wreck, well, at least you tried. You have to give it your all, because really your time's running out to work your way into the Podium 500.
So 3 to go when we get to the stripe for the restart this time. Again, for those just tuning in, this is the first of 5 heat races here today. The top 5 advance directly to the duels on Saturday. 6th through 13th go to the LCQs. If you're 14th or lower at the end of this heat, your chances to make the Podium 500 are over. And the pressure indeed is on for Kwame Scott up at the front to try and win this heat. Matt Quick, driver who competed in the 2020 edition of the Podium 500 with the top 30 finish then. In second, Thompson, Reynolds. Trescaro rounding out the top 5. Henry, Westmoreland, Novak, Laprade, Weber, Teft, White, and Brunner are inside the transfer spots in the LCQ. The pressure is on if your wallet on back for this upcoming restart. And we've seen
pressure's
attrition.
definitely on, Justin.
Go on. Was about to say attrition on top of that pressure has been building.
Pressure is definitely on for these guys. Intensity is no longer on the radar. It's absolutely through the roof. We can't measure it anymore here as the pace car is going to make the turn to pit road. These drivers are about to kick it into high gear. They know this is their only shot to get into the Podium 500. It's about to be go time, Justin.
Let's see what they have. 7.5 miles to go. Scott in control. Green flag is out. 3 laps to go in Heat 1. We're already pushing and shoving down the front.
That was the best restart we've seen out of the high lane here so far tonight, but they're going to have to get up to that rear end of Matt Quick as quickly as possible. Now, we do have Kwame Scott out front on the inside lane. He has Gregory Thompson pushing him. Matt Quick up top with Jimmy Reynolds, as his pusher. As you can see already, things getting squirrely as we have another wreck on the back straightaway.
Double hard contact. Kwame Scott able to hold on in front, but hard contact to the wall for Briar Laprade. He's able to avoid significant slamming to the inside, but we are now in green-white checker territory, and now the time limit could come into play here.
Time limit definitely could come into play. We still have about 22 minutes remaining, but these green-white checkers can definitely start to stack up here. You know, cautions breed cautions, and especially when it comes to green-white checkered attempts, everyone just going to do whatever they possibly can. But I think this one started around the Jimmy Reynolds machine, that 26 car on the high lane. We'll take a look here momentarily on the Podium replay machine and see what happened, Justin.
And right there.
Oh. That is Jimmy Reynolds. Like I mentioned, he slides up a little bit. The inside lane open, or the middle opens, ends up getting hooked down. Briar Laprade collected, a couple others involved as well. I believe Briar's been in a couple previous incidents, so this one may have taken him fully out of contention in what was already going to be a very tough ask of the 88 machine. Actually, I think he misses the inside wall completely. He might be okay. Wow.
He just missed the wall at least. He does have front nose damage, so that's going to hurt him the rest of the way, but it could have been a full race ender if he continued the slide.
Yeah, it definitely looked from the initial view as if he nailed the inside wall. Luckily for Briar, a very talented driver, able to avoid that inside wall. skill, luck, whatever you might say. Breyer did a good job of missing that inside wall. We'll see what he can do. Potentially come down pit road here, get a little bit of damage repaired. He's at the back anyways, so it doesn't hurt to try, but we'll see what he does. And yes, does look like Breyer going to take a pit side.
Not a surprise. This is a longer pace lap per se of about 2 minutes. So a lot of time to at least get some of the repairs done on the race car. But that really shakes up things. And keep in mind, there are unlimited green-white checkers available when it comes to the heat races. No pressure when it comes to that. Actually, there's a ton of pressure because there's still a time limit. So I wouldn't say fully unlimited. It's as many as are needed until we reach an hour.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably in the range of 4 or 5 green-white checker attempts. Hopefully we don't have to use any more than one. But just a quick update, Race Control has issued an end-of-line penalty to Brock Westmoreland in the 18 machine as the cause of the latest incident here.
So already in Peel over radio, he was at the very back regardless. So it doesn't really matter. The EOL would be for one spot. That's it.
It's a very important spot there in 23rd, Justin.
I mean, I prefer the bottom. It's not the top.
Yeah. No, I guess you're right. He's going to be at the bottom no matter what with the EOL penalty. So Breyer's going to slot in 23rd. Brock Westmoreland will drop back to 24th, but still be on the inside due to that EOL. And like we said, green-white checkered attempt number 1 coming up. The 5 current drivers moving on to duel number 1 on Saturday. As of right now, of course, Kwame Scott, Gregory Thompson, Michael Triscaro, Matt Quick, and Corey Henry. And the drivers going from heat race number 1 to LCQ number 1 would be Jimmy Reynolds, Zach Novak, Will Weber, Andrew Teft, Aaron Bruner, Kason White, Mark Fondell, and Jason Wallet. Everyone else behind looking to get their way into the duels here tonight.
One to go signal given. So the pressure indeed is on at the cutoff spot. This could be a very dramatic restart, to say the very least. Once again, we've already seen a lot of craziness off the initial restart laps. So it becomes a quick question. It's pretty clear you need to take it 3 wide. How do you do that without causing the craziness today? Because we've already seen the reason we've had such a big gap up the middle is the side force. But at the same time, if there's a gap car.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, Justin. We're going to have to watch these guys, see what they can possibly do. If a wide enough hole does open in the middle, you can expect that somebody's going to try to fill it and charge their way forward. But like you mentioned, the side force really strong here tonight. That's going to end up pulling the cars from either side, create a bit of an accordion effect where the outside and the inside pull into the center and potentially cause a big incident out there on the racetrack. So watch for possibly another incident here on this green-white checkered restart, as everyone going to be duking it out for position. But hopefully we're able to make it to the white flag and eventually that checkered here in heat race number 1.
So again, the pressure indeed is on, especially for, say, that 76 as you just seen for Wallet. It's right now 13th. One of the drivers who at one time was a part of Project Alien. The major series is challenge show essentially and reality show where they were seeing which of the best at the time, a couple years ago, would be able to get a part of William Esports' academy. These days, he competes for Drexel University as part of the NASCAR College Series. So, he's the bubble for the LCQ at least. Can he hold on for 5 miles? All set to go. Pace car is off. Green flag is out. Scott with a great pump for the inside. Back and away.
Yeah, Michael Triscaro already on the green, on the loud pedal as soon as the pace car hit pit road. All over the rear end of Kwame Scott. Squat gonna lead here. As on the high side, Gregory Thompson going to try to charge back with help from Matt Quick. You can see the side force coming into play already, nearly seeing Henry and Triscaro coming together here as we work our way down the back straightaway, hoping to see the white flag this time by. Here comes 3 wide, Adam Cabot up top.
Cabot's been trying to get 3 wide working all race long. This is the first time he's established it without trouble. He leads the top groove. If we get to the white flag, it's a race to the checkered. All bets are off from then on out. Big run coming out of 3 and 4. Gregory Thompson makes the pass for the lead. White flag waits the stand. Final time around.
White flag displayed, like you mentioned. Gregory Thompson, Matt Quick going to lead the way. Kwame Scott up to the middle. He's looking for help from, I believe that is Michael Triscaro. Once again, they're going to see what they can do to get back up here into those transfer spots. Scott and Triscaro up through the middle, but out front, Gregory Thompson has pulled away. There's a wreck in the back. It involves the 26 of Reynolds, but out front, we still charge forward. Here comes the 5 of Corey Henry with Zach Novak just behind him.
Absolute craziness in the battle for the final transfers, for the battle for the heat win, and for the top 5. Henry in the wall. There goes Taft into the top 5. Triscaro trying to make some blocks. He's got to hold off Tanner Lawn. Checker flag is out. Gregory Thompson holds off Novak. A crash behind. It is Presley Sora who's in 5th.
Wow. The final transfer spot as well to the LCQs will go to Sam Dyer. Justin, that means Andrew Santil, Brock Westmoreland, Gordon Spain, Kyle Urbanic, Kwame Scott, Adam Cabot, Jimmy Reynolds, Will Weber, Corey Henry, Mark Vondell, and Malachi Drake are eliminated from the Podium 500.
And you've seen the range of emotions there. Some are dancing, some are stunned. That was a stunning run to the checkered. Presley Sora, he was in 7th, 100 feet away from the start and finish line, and then they decided to wreck for 5th, apparently.
Keep in mind, about 2 restarts ago, Presley Sora was leading group number 2, probably a good 5-6 seconds off of the lead pack, so great recovery by Presley. He took advantage of those green-white checkers and has locked his way into the duels on Saturday.
So the celebration's on for Gregory Thompson. What a return to the spotlight. He's been in the part-time scene for iRacing and official races for the past couple of years. Used to be a member of One Sim prior to 2020. And just like that, he's a heat race winner at $50 richer here this evening.
Always nice when you can collect a little bit of money and lock your way into one of the biggest shows that iRacing has to offer. And these drivers that have transferred are going to take whatever notes they possibly can out of this event tonight and put it towards Saturday or Sunday's big event, as well, of course, as the duel on Saturday, Justin.
So Gregory Thompson unofficially gets heat number 1. Let's take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll look through the race results and talk things over. You're watching coverage of the Podium 500 heat races here on Podium Esports.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. iRace or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Welcome back to coverage of Heat 1 for the Podium 500. And what a finish, to say the very least, to this one. Again, some dramatic moments to finish out this heat, especially in the battle for the top 5 for a direct bid to the duels. We're talking about this during the break. Presley Sora just kept the gas pedal to the floor as the cars that were running and battling for 5th and 6th crashed into the grass.
Yeah, Presley Sora taking advantage of others' bad luck there on that final restart, able to work his way into the final transfer spot directly to the duel. So good for him, obviously, getting to avoid the LCQ and locking himself into the big show. But what a wild finish for Presley Sora.
And that wild finish in turn sets up essentially a crazy result in turn. Again, results unofficial. But we still have 9 more total heats to go. So as things get sorted here, let's take a look at that clip we're referring to specifically here, because these 2 drivers that end up getting involved in this on the bottom of the racetrack are still in the LCQ at least, but it could have been much easier. That is what took out a couple drivers. Keep in mind, that is out for the 5.
Yeah, we're still watching Presley Sora. He's still way back. There you go. Wow, this is right at the line, Justin, that those 2 drivers come together. Presley Sora must have just got it by hardly any sort of margin at all.
Yet the difference at the line was about a 1/10 of a second at best between 5th and 6th because that instant backdrop. But it's Thompson who gets to celebrate. Let's take a look at the unofficial race results if we can here, because 24 drivers started. And a lot of drivers who looks to show speed early are going home. Amongst the drivers that are not moving on to Saturday for the LCQs of the duels, we'll talk about in a moment. Moving on to the duel, Thompson, Novak, Quick, Teft, and Sora. They all directly advance to the duel. Then to the LCQ, Trescaro, Lawn, White, Wallet, Pratt in the top 10, Brunner, Brown, and you mentioned it, LSR TV broadcaster Sam Dyer gets the final spot by 23 1/1000ths of a second.
Yeah, always cool to see our fellow broadcasters work their way into some of these big events. Sam Dyer, a person I've worked with previously, happy to see him advance on to the LCQ on Saturday. Best of luck to him, best of luck to everyone else, but able to take advantage of some great luck on the final restart.
And the driver first out is Sano by those couple 1/1000ths of a second. Westmoreland out, Spain, Urbanic, Kwame Scott, big time out. He was leading in the final corners. Adam Cabot out, Jimmy Reynolds out, along with Will Weber, Malachi Drake, Mark Vondell, and Corey Henry. Some heartbreak for many, some triumph for others, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. Some drivers that we basically had penciled into the big show out of this one in heat race number 1, and some upsets working their way into the at least the LCQs, even the heat races or the duels on Saturday. So very interesting, and that's what Daytona can do to you. It's a roller coaster of emotions. sometimes the driver that you don't look at whatsoever is the driver to win the race. So that's exactly what we got here tonight. Just a gaggle of cars working their way in to what is one of the biggest shows of the year.
With that being said, Heat 2 is less than 5 minutes away from the start. Take a step aside when we come back. It's DJ Clark and Joe Peak standing by. We'll be on the call, a part of Heat number 2. You're watching Podium Esports for coverage of the 2024 Podium 500 and its heat races for night 1.
Tonight on Podium Esports, it is the start of qualifying weekend for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500, beginning with heat races number 1 through 5. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday afternoon, and drivers that finish in places 6 through 13th go straight to the LCQs, or the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday afternoon. And all the other drivers that finished in 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races on Podium Esports this weekend.
Yep. Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. It is time again for the Podium 500, the yearly event that brings hundreds of drivers out to try and claim glory here. This is heat number 2 of the race, and I'm going to be covering it here. I'm Joe Peak with DJ Clark, getting ready to show you what this place is all about. DJ, let's go over some of the track, just in case there's people who haven't heard of Daytona International Speedway, which at this rate, probably there's very few people that aren't familiar.
Yeah, it is the most iconic track for stock cars that you can imagine here around this 2.5-mile oval. High banking of up to 31 degrees coming through turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. An asphalt surface here. This is a restrictor plate race. That means bump drafting is going to be in play. That means that you have got to get ready for the long draft trains around here.
And of course, there's also the race format. This is a heat format, as we just said. We're covering heat number 2, and it's going to be drivers amongst the top 5 that go to the duels, and then 6th to 13th will advance to the last chance qualifiers. Everybody else is done for this event. It's only 30 laps, so it's very, very short, and they basically have unlimited green-white checkers attempts, 15 of them. It'd be kind of unfortunate if we managed to get through all of those, but they do have a 1-hour time limit on this. Fixed setup. They do have a free repair if they wind up with some damage, so you can get back into it. But you have a 17 incident limit before you're out of this race. So keep it clean out there. Looks like drivers are actually on the pace lap getting ready to start right now because they are in turns 3 and 4, and it doesn't look like they're extending it, so we might have to pass up on the grid here, as it looks like the pace car is getting ready to release Lawson Peel and Cody Niegels, who are on the front row. Sheen and Morris Jr. going to be starting from behind them. They're in 3rd and 4th. Pace car is in. And the number 15 has control as the green flag is out, and the bottom line moves much, much quicker than the high side here, DJ.
Yeah, and that's not altogether unsurprising. Good momentum, good teamwork there among the drivers as they get themselves up to speed here. At this point, it's going to be about 2 cars clear as we look farther back in the field. A lot of bumping and banging there as everybody tries to sort themselves out. We've already got a car spun around, cars into the wall here on lap 1.
Looks like that is Balmain and Lima. No caution, though. There it is. Caution now comes out, and they're going to slow down before they even get to complete 1 lap. Again, they have that spare car just in case drivers need it, so that they can get back into this because, well, it's super speedway racing, DJ. There's going to be some messes.
Yeah, there's going to be big comings together. There's going to be the big one that you see. That's just the nature of a super speedway race with restrictor plates. That is what's going to happen. But I think for all of these drivers up and down through the field, Joe, it's all about patience here today. You don't want to be too aggressive with anything. Get yourself to the end. Get yourself to the final 5 laps. Then start to bring out that aggression.
So this will give us a chance, hopefully, to go through that, what is not the starting order, but the restart order for this one, just to at least give you an idea of who is competing in this race. As we mentioned, there is tons of drivers that sign up. That's why they have all these heats, because they have to narrow it down to the main field. And as we mentioned, it will be limited to those that go to the duels. And then, of course, the last chance qualifiers, which will allow a few drivers to make it into those duels. But you have to try and make your way into the big show. And unfortunately, the nature of that beast means that sometimes, DJ, we get drivers who are quite good that get eliminated right from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, if you find yourself running into a little bit of comings together, you find yourself getting into a little bit of that incident, like we saw here opening on out a little farther back in the field with Balmain and Lima. If you're a driver that unfortunately gets caught out and farther back in the field, you're really not going to have a recourse to be able to get your way back forward, and it can really come back to bite you.
All right, so crossing the line now, we'll get an actual order for you here, as it looks like most of them should be where they need to be. Lawson Peel and Liam Sheen going to be restarting this one on the top with Joey and Mazowicz in the third position. John Ward will start P4. You've got Cody Neagles out there starting from fifth. He did originally start on the front row. As I mentioned, Matt Busa is in this one, starting in P6. He's the only black stripe we've got out here. Brett Poncari starts from seventh, with Ron Morse restarting in eighth. You've got David Emig in the ninth spot, and then Chris Parkman going to be restarting in 10th, DJ.
It's going to be Chris Simard in 11th position, followed by Randy Nichols, then Ed Morris Jr. in 13th. Dean Gagliano will be 14th. A bunch of these drivers here have actually fallen down through the order a little bit. Francisco Villarreal finds himself in 15th, followed by Damian Colty. Then it's Daniel Holloway, Jacob Dunn, Ambrose Niebel, and Daniel Adam to round out your top 20. Jose Rodriguez, Jake Balmain, and Zachary Lima round out your 23-car field.
The good news is that Jake and Zach managed to get it back to pit lane under their own power, took their spare cars, they're back out there, but now they can't afford another accident because they've already used up their safety net in this race. Lights are still on, so we'll at least go around for one more lap and restart this thing likely on lap 5. But that sucks up precious few laps, especially if you're coming up from the back of the field.
Yeah, exactly. If you are at the front of the field, you're perfectly content to have these yellow flags stay out here at this point. Let yourself just coast around. You don't have to worry about anything too much. But if you're at the back of the field, that is taking away those precious moments of ability to work your way forward. And that is not good for you. So if you are in about the back half of this field, remember, top 5 automatically advance on into the duels, 6 through 13. They're going to find themselves going, or excuse me, 6 through 16 are going to find themselves, no, I was right, 13. I was right the first time. 6 through 13 find themselves going into the last chance qualifier. So that 13th position, that 5th place position, that's where we're going to see a lot of jostling around, and that's where you need to be come checkered flag time.
Indeed. And the thing that I find most interesting with this is, and oftentimes in the heat races, if you are up at the front, you can kind of just relax a little bit. I mean, obviously things can change very quickly here, but with it only being the top 5, I mean, if the other line gets a good enough run, or if you just get, kind of sent into even just a little bit of a slide coming to the line, you can fall out of that top 5 so easily.
Yeah, you really and truly can. It is not exactly altogether out of the equation that could happen here tonight. So you've just got to make sure, even though this may seem like a relatively easy race if you're at the front of the field, you've got to make sure that you keep yourself together and you're not making any mistakes and giving any other drivers an ability to come back on you.
All right, lights are off this time. We're restarting on lap 5. So only going to be a 25-lap race for this one, unless we get the green-white checkers out here today. We saw a number of them in the first heat. We'll see if the drivers learned anything from that one, if they were watching, to try and avoid that. We can get this one done in the allotted laps or not. But super speedway racing, you really cannot count on that, especially here at Daytona, where it's a narrow track compared to places like Talladega, and there's not a lot of places to go when something does happen in front of you. So we come off of turn 4. Pace car are going to release them once again. Let's hope we get around for a full lap of green this time. Lawson Peel will once again start from the top spot as he has control. He's in the restart zone, and now he goes. Green flag is out as he starts to get on the loud pedal, and look at Liam Sheen. He immediately gets on that bottom lane.
Yeah, he recognizes where that momentum is, and he and Lawson are going to hook up here at this point, give a little bit of a bump to the number 15 in front of him. Got to be careful there. The 64 of Mazowicz got a little bit close to pushing the pusher, and that is something you never want to do when you're talking about bump drafting.
As the top 5, it looks like, no, 6 actually, are breaking away just a little bit. We'll see if they can reel them back in. Does look like they're well within the slipstream. And Poncari's leading that bottom row, starting to just catch right back up. They're going to have some momentum. A little early to go 3 wide, and they agree we get another quick caution. Jacob Dunn.
Yeah, Dunn here at this point. Looks like the 33 spun around down to the inside. Liam Sheen being counted as out of this race in the number 78. Not sure what happened to this yellow and black machine here farther back down through the field.
Indeed, and you can see he's got it going. I don't see any major damage. I'm not sure what exactly happened here. I think he made a little bit of contact, it looks like, with Dean Gagliano, I think, is the one that kind of got sent around into him. But Damian Colty also sort of involved in that, but really didn't get turned off to the side. In fact, I almost wonder if the 34 could be considered the cause of it, but I didn't quite see who ran into who.
Yeah, and the big concern here for moments like this, Joe, are going to be the fact that if you get even the little bit of side contact, if you just brush the wall or brush another car around you, you're actually going to find yourself in a very, very rough position, because these next-gen Cup cars are so aerodynamically sensitive that they really need everything on the car to be absolutely perfectly pristine. And if you get even the slightest bit of damage, that can throw that off.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you come to Daytona, you want that car to be in perfect shape to have as much speed as you can. But we'll see who got away from this one. And I don't think we had anybody else come down pit lane. I'm trying to see if anybody else has visited. And no, it is. Oh, there we go. It looks like 2 more are indeed coming in. We just saw it. And that is Damian Colty, who was a part of that accident. And it looks like Jacob Dunn as well. So it looks like they did, in fact, have some damage that they need to use that spare car. Or will they take it? I'm watching carefully, and they're not dipping right back out. So looks like they're just going to try and take the repairs, save the spare car, DJ, and hold on to it for later.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Joe. I think that's actually a pretty good call. If you're able to get some repairs done under yellow flag conditions here at this point and get yourself back out on track, that's a good decision. That means that you're going to have that spare car to bank on a little bit early, a little bit later on in the race. And if you're able to do that, that's going to be nothing but a boon to you. If there's a big yellow that comes out later when everybody else gets thrown around, you're now going to find yourself still having that car to be able to hold on to.
So it looks like on that first yellow, Liam Sheen got the end of line. And now Dean Gagliano is going to be getting it for this one. In fact, Liam Sheen looks like he's no longer in this race. We're down to 22 of our 23 starters, unfortunately. Already some drivers raising the ire of race control out there. This might be a wild style of racing, but they are not looking for the Wild West.
No, they certainly are not. And good job here by everyone behind the scenes at Podium Esports, being very, very good about the way that they get things and the way that they are keeping an eye on everybody throughout the field. If there are those incidents, you are going to get an LCQ penalty, an EOL penalty, excuse me. We have so many abbreviations in racing. I get them thrown around sometimes. You are going to get an EOL penalty if you are found to be at fault.
All right, so should get the one to go this time by. We'll see if those lights go off on the pace car. I was trying to make out on the number 64, and if I'm seeing it correctly, I think their paint job is of Doki Doki Literature Club, which is absolutely hilarious if that's the case.
I'm going to take your word on that. All there, right. Joe.
I won't say anything in case you do play it. I haven't played it, but I've seen playthroughs, but no spoilers unless the chat really wants to ruin it for DJ, although that is a long game. So anyways, DJ's got plenty of stuff to keep him busy as we hop on board here with that number 64 of Joey, who's going to be starting on the outside of the front row on this one. And again, we still have 22 of the 23 starters, but the laps are ticking down. We're going to restart on lap 9. We haven't had a full lap of green yet.
No, we certainly have it. And once again, for these drivers farther back in the field, this is just raising that tension, raising that anxiety that they're going to be feeling. They want to be ahead. They want to be in front. They do not want to have these yellows continue to come out and scupper any chance they have of moving their way through the field.
All right. And again, we have to remind you that anybody 14th on down are done. They won't get to take part in any more of the Podium 500. They get 30 laps and they're out. So it'll be some severe urgency if you are below that cut line to try and get up there and move on so that you can at least get into the LCQ and have a little bit more fun out there. There's a lot of money on the line in this one, but also just the chance to participate some more if you are at the end of the field. Let's see what the restart looks like this time. We at least got farther along in the lap as we wrecked in turns 1 and 2, and then we wrecked at the end of the backstretch. Maybe we can at least not wreck until we get to the start-finish line on this lap as Lawson Peel now starts to accelerate once again. He's been in control since the start of this race, and it looks like the 64 kind of wants to get down to the bottom line, but it's not open yet.
And not open yet there at that point, so the 64 is going to have to stay up on the high lane. He's got some nice help there, though, from the 62 of Matt Busa. Busa, black stripe, a little bit of aggressive bumping coming in from behind from the 2. The 04 up into the wall on the outside, but they're going to keep it clean coming off a 2.
Giant checkup up there, and you can see him fanning out. It's not looking all that patient out there as drivers are jockeying to try and take up whatever they can. Highline moving quickly, and John Ward is now up to the lead because of that. The 15 of Lawson Peel still at the front of the line on the low line, but he dropped tremendously on the backstretch.
Yeah, that was just some good coordination by the high line there. Everybody running in a single line here at this point. A lot of switching going on in the back. As we cross over the line, we got a lap under green.
All right, now let's aim for more, boys, as we get going here on lap 10. Once again, they're starting to even out between the two lines. Does look like that bottom side is starting to push a little bit better. That's Brett Pancari in second, helping along Lawson.
Yep, helping along Lawson, trying to use a little bit of the side draft there as a big block for the 15 up on the track.
Peel is not sitting around. He just immediately hopped up top when he saw them get momentum and is going to take over. 92 says, okay, 2 can play at that game. He's going to duck down low. He'll get the push from Brett Pancari.
Yeah, Brett Pancari there in the Princess Peach Mobile going to give a nice little shove now to Ward coming across the line, but it's going to be the number 6 machine of Neagles that's going to give the better shove to Lawson Peel up at the front of the field. They're going to get their way ahead. As here you see, I love this camera, seeing the absolute concentration that is required here out of Peel.
Well, and Lawson is notorious for being a cool customer. Almost never shows much emotion, although he's getting some quite a show in front of him, as that was a risky push between Ward and Neagles there, almost losing control down the backstretch. They're going to settle it out, and that puts Peel third in line. Now Pancari is your top runner on the bottom side.
Yeah, Pancari is going to get a nice little shove, trying to move down and cut off some momentum is Neagles in the 92 of Ward, but I don't think they're going to be all that successful. We take a look on Pancari here in the Gamer Cave, the movie cave. Still not entirely sure what's all behind it, but he's got a lot of a good collection there at this point, and they're going to be about perfectly parallel as they cross over the stripe.
And remember, I was talking about that top 5 cutoff and how uncertain it is. Guess where Peel is now after starting on pole? He's 5th, so he is right on the bubble. Now, we still have some laps to go, so it's not dire yet, but he's in an awkward position.
Yeah, in a very awkward position here at this point. He cannot lose another position if he wants to automatically advance on into the duels. Ooh, a little bit of a sketchy push there from the 92 of John Ward to the back of the number 6 of Cody Neagles, but they're going to be able to work themselves out. Nice push from the 76 of Ron Morris Jr. as they come out of the line, but a better push for that high line. It looks like momentum's up on the high side.
The drivers that are just on the outside looking in are Daniel Adam and Zach Lima. Lima's already been involved in an incident and is close to managing to get through. If he can just get another spot, and he does, up to 13th. That is going to be quite the bit in flux there at the back if we stay green for the final lap, as the top side looks like it is just a freight train lately.
Yeah, really and truly. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars up high, and I was waiting for that move there. 2 cars breaking down low. That's going to be Busa and Peel.
Not surprising to see Peel try and jump down there. Also, Matt Busa. Remember, I mentioned one of our black stripe drivers a part of this. Oh, and they start to scatter in the back as somebody gets a little bit out of shape. Looks like we'll stay green.
We'll stay green here at this point. Still no momentum down on that low line. It's still 5 cars ahead. David Emig is going to be the latest car to be able to get that to go. The 26 of Daniel Holloway now carrying more momentum. It looks like if you are down in the low line, you are nowhere.
Wow, Zach Lima's already up to 7th now, coming from the back of the grid after being involved in that opening incident. He is well above the cut line, getting close to even getting through to the duels. Top side, Niegels, Ward, Masowicz, Parkman, and Imig. They're your top 5.
Yeah, Masowicz doing a good job here of just holding in line. Good check up there from him. He didn't want to push into the 92 of John Ward because he recognized where it was. Little bit of contact farther back through the field. That's going to be some scary motion, and that's the number 69 machine of Randy Nichols getting around a few other cars that were slow down on the low line.
Something we haven't mentioned, Ambrose Nebel is unfortunately at the very back, 9 seconds back, so he needs a caution or some sort of big wreck to help him get back to that group and get above the cut line. Otherwise, his hopes have been dashed on this one if we stay green to the finish. Meanwhile, pushing up at the front, Niegels and Ward are doing their best to up the pace. Bottom line is practically dissipated.
Yeah, it's absolutely dead here at this point. The closest car to it's going to be Jose Rodriguez in the number 60 machine, trying to get a push from the 69 there of Randy Nichols, but I just don't see it coming alive. There, the 71's going to move to, excuse me, that's the 77 machine of Chris Simard, going to move down, try to get a little bit of speed, but we're at the halfway mark. It just looks like if you're low, you're nowhere.
Really does look like that. Simard, as you said, picking up the front of the line, being pushed by Rodriguez now, as it looks like Pancari, who before was up at the front, now is at the very tail of it and tries to join up with that high line to see if he can try and get back in that top 13. Bottom line, trying to shape up, see if they can work together to push hard here. But the top is where you want to go. Cody Niegels, who has been our leader for at least a couple laps now, continues to control things.
He continues to control the other car that's very surprising to see that far down through the order. Lawson Peel all the way down in 18th, out of position right now as he's got to try to fight his way back forward. There's a big move down to the inside, 3 wide.
Yeah, I think that was the 60 who wanted to get a 3-wide moment going, and it didn't work. And Lawson Peel, as well, is going to ditch them because he sees them dropping back and get at least a couple positions up. My goodness, I did not expect a single-file race, and I definitely did not expect it to be the high side.
Yeah, I really didn't either. I thought we were going to be seeing 2 wide through the majority of this, and credit to this field. After a couple of little scary moments early on, they've all come back together here and gotten this pushing ahead.
We have now marked the halfway point of this race, so just 13 laps to go in this one, and that's not including all the yellows we've had, so it's been precious few racing under green laps up till recently. But it has started to calm down. Still 21 cars that are close enough. That are not close enough that you could call them in the train. Looks like there's a gap down to Gagliano in 19th. So we're down to 18 in the main group.
Yeah, we're down to 18 here at this point. Gagliano, Balmain, and Colty going to be back in their own little group, and Ambrose Nebel going to be back down in 21st, about 15 seconds off of that second pack. So that's going to be a problem there for them. They're going to come off of turn 4 right now, keeping everything together. Little bit disorganized up on the high line here, not nearly as clean as it was earlier, but you don't have to be all that clean when you're running a one-lane track.
A good point on that one. And drivers just mostly, I'm sure, concerned about trying to put themselves in the right position when the time comes. Right now, with it kind of just ticking off the laps, I imagine many of them are content, especially those up at the front, such as Niegels, Ward, and Masowicz, as they come into turns 3 and 4 once again. At what stage do those at the back try and switch lines, see if they can get something going?
Yeah, you read my mind about that, Joe. I think there is going to be a moment here coming on when drivers are going to have to get a move on. They're going to have to try to fight. They're going to have to try to get that second lane moving, because especially if you're from Daniel Holloway on back, You want to try to get yourself into that position, but it's risk versus reward. We saw what happened to the likes of Lawson Peel. Peel, who was a leader and looked dominant early in this race, he's out of the positions to even make it into the LCQs here at this point.
There was a little attempt at trying to get another line going, and it's failed miserably, unfortunately. It was headed up by Simard once again. Now we got another one, it looks like, the 33 and the 60, but that's it. Only two. I don't think that's going to be enough power.
No, they're not nearly close enough to each other to be able to make that work here at this point. And any of these drivers that pop out, that's going to be music to the eyes of everybody who continues to run this high line. It's just a matter of everybody kind of having the same thought all at once to be able to make it work. Let's see, they're going to keep working, and it looks like the 77 of Simard's going to group up with them as well. Come on, boys, you got to run a little bit cleaner than that, though, if you want to get good momentum down low.
Interesting to note that the 62 of Matt Busa also is now below the cut line because of those three cars starting to move forward. Nobody is safe in this series. Also want to mention, if you're enjoying this, we've got racing like this all week towards the eventual Podium 500 later on. So keep tuning in here to the Podium Esports channel. If you want to catch more action like this, there's plenty of Daytona racing to be had as we come down now to 9 laps to go.
Under 10 laps to go here at this point, and that low line continuing to try to work its way forward. Villarreal looking out of his rear view right now as there they go. The 33 of Jacob Dunn starting to get a little bit of motion. Now, if I'm the number 4 here, Zachary Lima, maybe Ron Morris Jr., I'm thinking about maybe diving out of line and hooking up with them. More cars, more momentum, more speed.
You know, the other thing that I'm seeing, because of what I saw at the Intimidator for the majors last weekend, I'm noticing a few cars trying to get that side draft. From what I understand, it's very powerful in the latest update.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, and it can be used offensively and defensively. 3 wide, contact, crash through the back of the field.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Matt Busa trying to make that 3 wide, tips the 76. Nobody hit the wall or anything, though. It's just cars kind of once again coming together, although I think the 76 of Ron Morris Jr. did get a bit T-boned by Chris Simard, unfortunately, so he might have some real side panel damage.
Yeah, some real side panel damage there at this point. Joe, this is going to bring us back to an interesting position, probably 4 or 5 laps to go when this thing gets started. 2 lanes formed. This could be really, really interesting, but I think we've got the replay pulled up to find out exactly what happened.
Yeah, and I'll have to watch this because they gave the end of line to Ron Morris. Did he turn down on the racetrack?
Yes, he did. Very slightly. There was that 3rd lane starting to develop there in the 76 of Ron Morris. Just very slightly turned down on that middle lane, and that is what caused that incident. As you said, no contact with the wall. Everybody's going to be able to get through cleanly, but not able to get through without a yellow.
Well, spotter said not clear, and Ron Morris wasn't listening, so he'll go to the end of the line on this restart. This will probably give us 4 or 5 laps to race to the green, which means when we restart, if they do get another yellow, we are going to go into overtime with our first green-white checkers.
Yeah, we will here at this point. So once again, this is going to raise pressure for a lot of these drivers. Now, Busa and Peel currently find themselves 11th and 12th as they run. Those were the 2 names that we were kind of keeping our eye for. This is going to be interesting to see what those 2 do.
Yeah, that's not comfortable at all. They have got to try and move forward without a doubt. And I'm sure they're going to be trying to, but it's not many laps to try and make it happen, unfortunately. Niegels is going to take the lead on the restart with Ward next to him. And they've still got the 64 and the 20 as well, restarting on that 2nd row. So watch out for those drivers up at the front. Also, just a little bookkeeping, I suppose. The penalty that they had for Liam Sheen was actually for him changing lanes on the initial restart. And so he was given a drive-through, but he decided that was going to ruin his day a little bit too much to try and recover. So that's why he parked it in the end. So keep in mind, these drivers have to hold their line until they get to the start-finish line.
Yep, they do indeed, and that is to prevent any sort of craziness that goes on farther back through the field. So good heads up there by the Podium team to be able to recognize that, give that penalty out and assess it, and then bring it on back through. And as we said, Liam just didn't want to have to take that penalty and decided to get his way out of the session.
Okay, so we should see them double up next time by, but we got a little bit of time before we get to that start-finish line. Checking to see, it looks like Ron Morris did not come into pit lane for any sort of damage there. Checking if the other car involved had to stop in, and that was the 77. Looks like no, he did not come down pit lane. Everybody essentially stayed out there and is able to carry on. We come up into the banking of 3 and 4 once more as we are under the pace car for, I think this is the third time today for this heat.
Yes, I do believe that is correct. Too early on, and then I had that a long run of green flag conditions here at this point. So we are going to come back to green here. What this does tell us is this will be at 4 laps to go. So very close here, getting into that overtime category.
This has got to be nerve-wracking, DJ, because in a normal race, yes, you want it. You want to be able to stay in the race until the end, and so you're always trying to keep from getting wrecked out early, so that you can stay in it. But with this one, there's unfortunately the premise of, well, here's all this racing that I could be doing, but if I don't manage to get above that cut line, it's just basically I'm sent up to the stands. Yeah.
I mean, it is, frankly, Joe, great classic American racing. We talk about heat racing here. This is a format that has been laid down from short tracks and dirt tracks the world over. This is not anything new in the way that it is. It is a little bit different to see it on a super speedway race, don't get me wrong, but not unprecedented by any stretch of the imagination when it comes to oval racing.
Absolutely, and yeah, having watched a lot of those, worked at a dirt track last summer and got to see the pressure of trying to get above that cut line, or else you are parked for the main event. Definitely drivers have a lot at stake in terms of pride, and not necessarily as much in terms of money oftentimes at the lower grassroots level, but they're there for the love of it. They're there for the passion. They want to race as much as they can. Looks like we are double up and ready to go. Going to restart with 4 laps left. If we get another caution, we'll go into overtime. We'll explain that if we get there. But otherwise, it is a wait and see on if we even have that. Let's cross our fingers that we can finish this one in the allotted laps.
Let's hope indeed, as it's going to be Niegels and Ward that bring us back here at this point. They're going to bring us around to the green flag as we get ready. 4 laps to go at the line.
Big hello and thank you to all the viewers tuning in here on YouTube, Twitch, and PodiumEsports.com. Glad you're with us. I know this is a very big event in the sim racing community each and every year. Let's see who is able to give you the entertainment as the green flag is out. Niegels with a pretty big jump, and it looks like the 64 is going to try and follow him up. But once again, there goes that high line, and Cody says, yeah, I think I'll join that group.
Yeah, probably a good call for Cody there at that point, but a nice little bump from David Amig there in the number 2 to the 64 of Masowicz, trying to be able to see if he's able to get the run. It doesn't look like that low lane is too far out of it. Nasty wiggle farther back in the field. That was the 77, but they're able to hold it.
Yeah, that's going to send them 3 wide once again. The 77, remember, involved in that incident before, is going to be involved in another one as he once again gets a little bit wiggly off screen, and they're going to manage to keep from wrecking.
They're going to manage to keep from wrecking here at this point, but that has created a gap of 0.5 of a second between 12th and 13th here at this point. And look at this, the front pack jostling as they come out of 4 and down into the tri-oval with 3 to go.
It's coming down to it now. Top 5, remember, will automatically go to the heat or the duels later on. That is one step below the feature race, so a lot less pressure to deal with there. If you go into the LCQ, you have to survive yet another round. And of course, if you are outside of those top 13, you are done. down on the bottom. The 64 has been getting a huge push from the number 2, and they have started to stretch away from the high line.
Yeah, and Jacob Dunn, trying to be a little bit cagey there, dove up to the high line to see if he could get a little bit of momentum, but he absolutely stalled out like nobody's business. They come to the line, 2 to go. Now it's the 60 of Jose Rodriguez working high. The 64 of Joey Masowich works up there as well. Crossover for the 60.
Oh, no love from Rodriguez, but he also has no friends, as there is nobody on the bottom line to push him. Oh, and the 33 gets turned. He's going to run into the 2. They hit the wall. We're going to overtime. Looks like we got a couple more involved as the rest of the field has to scatter to get collected in it.
Oh, just like that, we were so close to getting an absolutely spectacular finish to this race, and now we just sets up for another one here at this point. But look at the front end damage to that number 33 of Jacob Dunn. That is a hard done-in car.
Yeah, it really is. I see what you did there. And Jacob Dunn, it looks like he might be out of it. He might be able to get the spare car. Zachary Lima shouldn't be able to. He was involved in that, and he's already used his spare. Imig with a huge hit. Did Villarreal escape? Yeah, Villarreal got past it. And then I think Daniel Holloway may have gotten a tiny piece of it as well. But we've got a replay. That'll give us a chance to really try and analyze it here. Let's take another look.
All right, let's take another look here at this point. Keeping our eye on the 33. There's going to be a little bit of a checkup. 33 makes contact into the wall. Oh, and moves down the track. Down the track.
Yeah, the 2 just hooked him. And the 2, I think, was an innocent victim in that. He just was there, did not know that car was going to come down. Who was that making a power slide on the apron to avoid the wreck? Fantastic job, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic job to be able to avoid that. But you can see the damage there already on the 33 that they have been able to get, limping their way back around to pit lane right now.
I think that was the 04 of Nebel that had to catch the car. He actually got pushed down there and into that slide. So he did catch up to the field. I said that he needed that, and he did in the end. Jacob Dunn, by the way, given the EOL for that one. And he is still on the lead lap, so it looks like he did manage to get around. Well, no, he hasn't taken the spare yet. And the car is in dire shape right now, so surely he's going to be pitting in to take that repair here soon. Maybe the pits just haven't opened quite yet. Yeah. Now he's coming in, so he'll take that. Looks like the 2 as well. Going to take his spare car. And where is Zach Lima? Is he staying out? Wow. How is that? Surely that car's not in good shape.
I don't understand how Lima is staying out here at this point. I do not understand that call from Lima. There's got to be damage on that car. He's probably banking on a little bit of a run here. I'm at a loss for words, Joe.
The best thing I can think of is that if he takes the repairs, it'll put him very close to the back. Right now he sits in 11th, so he's precariously close to the cut line. I guess with it being only 2 laps, as long as he stays in the line that moves forward, maybe he's got better chances. He doesn't need to be the front of the line. There's the damage on the nose. So yes, he absolutely is going to be slow. But if he's within a group, then it won't matter too much.
Yeah, and that could be the saving grace for him here at this point. For him, that he may be able to do that. But still, these are very aero-sensitive cars. So we could see a problem there if he falls back through the order. He could be a little bit of a moving chicane here.
Yeah, as soon as he hits the air, he's basically going to be a parachute. And if people hang him out to dry, well, then it's good night for him. Even in 2 laps, he could actually lose touch with the pack. So watch out for Zachary Lima. He has been a survivor, but it's going to take the best of his ability to try and stick with these guys to finish within the top 13 and be able to at least get to the last chance qualifier. Some of the drivers that we've been watching that have looked quick today, Matt Busa, Lawson Peel, back up into 2nd and 3rd. No shock there. And then looking farther down, Niegels, who has been very good, is within the top 5 here on the restart.
Yeah, within the top 5 here, Niegels is going to be a good driver to watch out for here at this point. He may have a little bit of room to run. We'll just have to wait and see what he is able to do as they bring their way on through here at this point. Doubled up, lights are out, into turn 1. Time to get the nerves underneath you. Push yourself up ahead.
If you are not familiar with how a green-white checkers works, essentially, as we've been describing it, it is overtime. These are extra laps added to the race. What the drivers will do is they'll take the restart. They need to finish 2 laps. If the first lap stays green, then they will finish the race. If they get a caution, they'll go back to another green-white checkers. Now, technically, they have 15. I'm pretty sure we'll run out of time before we use all of those up because there's an hour limit, and we're 40 minutes into this one already, I believe. So, yeah, they're not going to be doing pacing for 20 minutes, I'm pretty sure, and be able to complete all 15 GWCs. So, hopefully, essentially what you need to know is if they make it to 1 lap to go without a caution flag coming out, we will end the race under green no matter what.
Exactly. So that is going to be what it is here at this point. But let's see what they can do. Coming through 3 and 4 right now. They work their way along. It's going to be Masowicz and Busa up at the front of this field.
Tell you what, Simmered in that 77 is apparently at 16 incidents right now, which means he gets 1 little off track in the grass and he is out of this race, let alone a hard bump. So that's going to be difficult for him to work his way back up into the top 13 because he's right now in 19th. Pace car is in. The 64 has control of the field, and the green flag is out. He gets a good jump. I'm expecting him to hop to the high side. Lawson Peel behind him might as well. No, they're going to stay low.
Interesting. I was a little bit surprised by that they're going to stay low. I would have thought for sure the area to be would be up on that high side.
One of them, third in line, looked like he wanted to. That's Matt Busa. There he goes. He is going to join forces with the 60 of Rodriguez. They're starting to push hard there up at the top. Can we get back around to the start-finish line to finish this one?
All right, here we go. They're looking clean down the back straightaway. Is that going to be the case here for the rest of it? Will they be able to get themselves out to play? Let's wait and see. Here they come through 3.
Few drivers that were poking their nose, seeing if they could get a lane going. Oh, someone going to get stuck in the sucker hole there up at the front. That's John Ward. He is falling backward quickly. White flag is out. We're going to finish this race. Big run from Niegels on the top side.
Big run from Niegels. Here comes the high line coming in. That's going to be Niegels with a big shove from Busta. Rodriguez behind. A little bit of movement mid-pack.
Oh, we got a wreck with Simmerd. I think that's it for him. He's going to be out of this race no matter what. Looks like Neville stuck in it as well as Dunn. Meanwhile, up at the front, it is still Niegels. 5th place right now is the number 62, but barely. Still 2 lines going. Big block from Busa up at the front.
Big block from Busa. He does not want to lose this position. They're going to keep charging here at this point. 3 wide contact as they get a bump. The 12 down to the inside. Here's the spin out.
Peel dodges way down to the bottom, but the 64 of Joey Masowicz is going to take the win here in the heat race. Randy Nichols is going to get through. Cody Niegels, Matt Busa, and Francisco Villarreal will be your top 5 that will advance into the duels. What a finish!
What a finish indeed. I can't believe they got that to play after what was a little bit of a sketchy beginning to this race. They got it back in a big way.
Boy, I tell you what, I have to think that Lawson Peel has to feel a little bit hard done by. Wound up 11th. He still gets through to the last chance qualifier, but he had to give up a lot of time there avoiding that spinning car.
Yeah, he really and truly did. That is a tough break there for Lawson Peel. You got to feel bad for the virtual black stripe, as he is one of the most experienced drivers when it comes to NASCAR Cup racing.
We're getting an update that Peel is actually locked in from qualifying, from the pre-qualifying that they have. So that won't matter as much for him as celebrations there from Joey at the Tri-Oval. And you can see him burning it down here as he knows he is taking a win in the first step on this one. Zach Novak, for those curious, is going to be our pole sitter.
And there it is, the 64 burning it down. He's got to feel so good about this, Joe. That was a great run for him. Really and truly a fantastic ability for him to get his way on out there and absolutely stuck to it, got his way around. Really good stuff.
So let's go through our results after heat number 2 here for the Podium 500. It is Joey Masovics who takes the win over Randy Nichols, with Cody Niegels third and Matt Busa in fourth. Francisco Villarreal is the last to automatically advance to the duels. John Ward will will finish sixth, as Jose Rodriguez seventh and Daniel Holloway eighth. Then it is Brett Poncari ninth and Dean Gagliano also advancing to the last chance qualifier in 10th.
Lawson Peel came home in 11th, followed by, that is David Emig, then Ron Morris Jr. and Parkman in 14th. Balmain worked his way back up to 15th, followed by the 16th place driver of Morris, then Adam, Colty, Lima, and Kniebel there in 20th, one lap down. 21st was Samar, Dunn, and Sheen farther back through the order.
Not a great day for the lower half of the field because they're done racing, but we'll have more coming up. Heat number 3 will be here soon. Stay tuned in. We'll be joined by Evan Pasoko and Rachel Whiteford after this.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. In the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Tonight on Podium Esports, it is the start of qualifying weekend for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500, beginning with heat races number 1 through 5. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday afternoon, and drivers that finish in places 6 through 13th go straight to the LCQs, or the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday afternoon. And all the other drivers that finish in 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races on Podium Esports this weekend.
And back live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway, where our coverage of the Podium Heats is continuing as we get set for heat race number 3 coming up next. We're happy that you're sticking with us on this Wednesday evening. 2 down and 3 heats still to go on the docket as we bring you back inside of the Podium booth with myself, Evan Pasoko, joined by Rachel White for now, taking over for this 3rd heat of the night. Christian Hill's downstairs, as always, still bringing us to you. And Rachel, we've already seen 2 in the books. We've been watching those so far, kind of taking note of what we expect to see as heat race number 3 is coming up next.
Yeah, we absolutely have, and wow, it's been busy tonight, and we're looking forward to some amazing racing. This will be a tight one. The track is very racy.
And drivers have been very aggressive, and rightfully so. Many of their journeys towards the Podium 500 can end tonight. Let's remind you once more about the track facts of this Daytona International Speedway. 2.5 miles in length, 4 corners, banked at 31 degrees in the turns, 18 degrees in the tri-oval. Pit road speed, 60 miles an hour. Should not be too much of a factor in tonight's race, unless we're talking about damage repairs and, of course, that iconic asphalt surface that makes up the world center of racing. But I mentioned people have been aggressive, and rightfully so, and that ties into the format for these heat races, which of course tie into the qualifications for the Podium 500 at large. $50 to win tonight's 30-lap sprint race. That's all fine and dandy. Fixed setup so everybody is on the same playing field. That one fast repair, I anticipate that coming into play as well. But really, the context is the most important thing, Rachel, and those are the notes at the bottom, because it is a lock into the duels if you finish in the top 5.
Yeah, that's the important part of this, and you want to get into those duels, of course, and we're going to have a lot of struggling up and down this field because it will be, of course, 6 to 13 to the LCQs, last chance qualifiers, which means they're going to be fighting for those top 5 spots. They're going to be fighting for the win and the last chance qualifiers. So we will have an absolute scramble throughout this pack all the way to the bitter end.
Yeah, and the one that scares me is that one that's highlighted in red, because your life will be different levels of good depending on how your night ends. If you're in the top 13, obviously you want to avoid the LCQs, right? Avoiding any opportunity where you can go home is the number one priority, but all it takes is a bad heat race and you're done just like that, and ineligible from that point on to try to compete and qualify for that Podium 500, in which $1,000 is going to go to the race winner in that one when it is all said and done. But such a fun, iconic venue. These 30-lap sprint races akin to, I think, the most equal of playing fields that you could find, giving every driver an opportunity to win. But that patience, I think, will be tested if anything has been a note to take away over the course of heat races 1 and 2 thus far. Some big names as well in this race. We'll talk more about them and kind of analyze their odds as the night continues on. But just in the final couple of seconds of the practice session, Rachel, and then we'll be getting set to head to the grid for this race.
We certainly will. And some of these guys still out of the track, getting some practice laps in. And it is a little bit of trial and error for some of them, because a lot of them are learning how this track's going to run for them tonight. Everyone is intimately familiar with how things work here at Daytona, but it's learning those guys racing with you. How are they going to behave? Racing a car is one thing, racing it in a crowd is entirely different. And every crowd is different, Evan. Every single pack you will race on these super speedways always varies.
Yeah, and I think to your point, learning who's going to misbehave is going to be key too, right? Who's going to be the instigator, who's not going to want to play nice, and what is your strategy? Is it to be up front throughout? Do you maybe stay back and let some of those troublemakers get into trouble on their own? We're going to find out together because practice has drawn to a close. So let's go trackside and take a look at your starting grid for heat number 3. So Will Cooley gets pole position for this one. He will start on the inside of row 1, and it'll be the number 71 of Carl Pooler starting alongside in second. Aiden Shreen will take the inside of row number 2, starting in third position tonight, and Eugene Bazganov will start from fourth on the outside. Let's look back to row number 3. Thomas Stewart in the 64 car get a start from P5, and Philip Martin in the 46 will roll from P6. Back on row 4, the 35 of Tyler Meeks will start 7th tonight. It is Logan York in the 02 car starting from 8th. And on row 5, Sean Conklin's number 54 starts P9, and it is Brian Baste who rounds out our top 10.
Row number 6 is gonna be tonight. That's John Mollahan in the 11th position with Josh Nelms in 12th. Row number 7, Mitchell Howell, Zachary Workman on his outside in 14th with Ralph Alvis in 15th, row number 8. On the outside, the 88 machine of Austin Dowdy with David Duke behind them in 17th place on 9. With outside him, Tyler Muller. This will be Justin Winters in 19th on row number 10. Christopher Tate on his outside. Last couple of drivers here for the last 2 rows, 11 and 12. Brady Powers and Travis Haufer. We have Raj Caruth and we have Dylan Thomas.
And to mention the big names, of course, it was a big news day just earlier today for that driver starting back in 23rd for Raja Caruth, who announced that he will be driving the number 71 Craftsman Truck Series Silverado for Spire Motorsports this season. That announcement came alongside a announcement from Hendrick Cars that they'd be the primary sponsor on that truck for 10 races. I know Raj, one of the notable sim-to-reality drivers, has been doing a lot through the NASCAR national ranks, and he's going to have a lot of work to do here tonight, starting from the very back row, back on what is row number 12. So doubled up and ready to go. Again, takeaways from those previous couple of heats is that if you've got the quick repair, that's not a bad thing. A lot of drivers have had to fall back on that. Incident points have also become a story, so staying clean relatively over the course of the race going to be key as well. And then patience. Yes, the top 5 is the end goal, but anything's better than 14th on the back. Let's see if those drivers in the active transfer positions play nice with each other, or if it is going to be chaotic throughout the field. The pace car off and in. It's Will Cooley's field to control as we say, let's go racing in heat race number 3. Outside line struggling early. The white 02 car of Logan York goes high to low. Everybody trying to get to the inside line early in this one as it's Aiden Shreen the advantage to turn 3.
Really is getting a good line in here, and these guys moving along the bottom side there. Keeping it tight. That first 5 or 6 cars really hooked up fairly well until they come out of 4. Of course, that corner just into multiple people sideways. Whoa, mistakes. 54 sideways, and it's a wreck in the tri-oval.
Conklin will slide through the grass. The caution is out, and I think somehow that one is going to be limited to only the driver of the 54 car. Is Sean Conklin got a little bit loose out of turn 4. Looks like Justin Winters was also there. He just drove past the 52 cars, so more cars involved, I think, as they were trying to avoid the 54, but I think it caps out at about 2 or 3. I thought for sure that was going to turn into a huge pileup.
Yeah, it had the potential to do so, but what happened there was, I think it's going to be Mitchell Howell got bobbly, as did, of course, our man down there at 54. We've got a replay for you here. You'll see those 2 cars, they get wobbly. Then the 93 pushes him on the quarter panel as he goes up the track. So he wobbles around, you see him come up, and he catches him, sends him sideways, sends him a little squiffy, caps him again. He comes round, and then we see a couple of guys punting into the outside safe barrier, mostly avoiding. Oh, no, one goes around towards the rear of that grouping, trying to find out who that is, but That was a storm in a teacup that thankfully didn't turn into scalding water on your lap.
Yeah, one of the cars might have been the 71 or somebody else was able to avoid low. And then, as I mentioned, we saw Winters get in it late. He was the one who, I think in the end, actually ends up with the worst of it, because as they were all moving high to avoid the spinning car, he got turned across the nose of another driver and did end up in the outside wall. The damage is not too bad on Justin Winters' 52. That'll put him actually in a pretty interesting position, because with the quick repair, he could simply come down, take the quick fix, and have a brand new race car, Rachel. Be totally fine. But there's still going to be 26 or so laps left to go, and we go back green. Then you're without that safety net. Alternatively, he could decide to simply try to work on that car but not use that quick repair and save it in case he's in a bigger accident later on in this race. Although he does not heed my advice, it's a quick fix for Justin Winters, so he's got a brand new race car, but the mulligans are gone for the 52.
It's a tough call. I think this early in the race, I'd probably vote to not for this at least one stop here, because maybe if the damage isn't bad enough, you could stay with the front pack. You could stay being in that tow, and you'll be just fine. You won't be able to lead much, and you won't be able to be the front of a push, but you can survive, and you can be part of that train. But it's a real gamble, because the car might just be just a hair damaged more than that, and it won't hook up, and it'll just fall back. So you could put yourself a couple laps down and have to put under green for that repair, or you could lose a draft entirely early on. It could get messy, but we know these have been really caution heavy, so getting time back is possible. Worth an experiment probably in some quiet laps if it does go wrong, but you would make it back to the front. Just to touch on what you said before this race, Evan, we talked about how knowing the people around you who's going to misbehave. Well, I think these, especially heat races, you think of them like the first day of kindergarten. Work out who's going to pee in the sandpit, who's going to pull whose hair, and, well, what that kid's doing with a crayon.
Well, it's funny because when you talk about league racing, series racing, drivers are pretty familiar with one another, right? Especially the ones that we see here on Podium that have been around for so long that there's that level of familiarity. And the thing with these special events, to your point, is you will know some of your competitors. You may have raced with them occasionally in another league, a different special event, and some official racing, but not all the time, not with, you know, a degree of familiarity. So you're exactly right. You got to figure out who's nice, who isn't, who's going to be a pusher, who wants to get pushed, who's going to be aggressive, who's going to be a little bit lax at the start of the race, and then somehow they have to figure each other out, get a read on all of that, and then calculate the best way to go win the race in a 30-lap sprint race. So a lot more difficult said than done. Conklin, who was the initial spinner, was down pit road. No notable repairs for that car. I mentioned Justin Winters was also down to pit road. We saw the quick fix. And then the 18 car, Zachary Workman, was also down to pit road. Workman is the driver that made the additional contact with Winter when he went into the outside wall. So there was some degree of front-end damage on that number 18 Toyota. That car came down pit road and also used their one and only quick fix. So it's a quick fix for Workman and Winters, and they're going to be shotgun on the field 23rd and 24th. And we get set for a restart that I think the outside line is going to be hoping goes a lot better than it did the first time around.
I think they will. One early caution does not necessarily taint this particular race. And of course, we are on first lap, of course, but this is something these guys have to temper a little bit if they want to make this race go longer. And we can, and it is possible to see a green 30-lap race. But getting that excited and pushing in the corner, especially 4 on lap 1, gives me a flavor for this one that we are going to see more of this, because whilst it's possible not to, if they're that excited this early, yeah, it's going to happen. Especially cars at the front getting that excited.
Yeah, the inside really got the upper hand. First through 5th right now is Shreen, Stewart, Meeks, Cooley, and Mollahan. They started 3rd, 5th, 7th, 1st, and 11th, respectively. What's the common denominator there? All odd numbers, and means they all started on the inside. Now, drivers will tell you the outside probably the place they want to be. That restart was not good. Carl Pooler was up top to start the race. He fell to P6 quick. So let's see if on the first restart of this 3rd heat race of the night, if it's going to be any different. All eyes to Thomas Stewart, who's going to be up top leading the outside line. But from 3rd to 1st went Aiden Shreen. He's going to be the control car for this restart. can dictate when we go back green into the restart box. Green flag is back in the air with 26 laps to go, and it's an equally as good of a start, if not a better one, for the outside. Although Stewart gets a big jump, he's too far ahead. Cooley's got to play catch up, and they'll be nose to nose for the race lead and turn around.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Let's see this one go down. The outside looks a little bit more hooked this time by Evan. And oh, behind them, they're getting clunky. And yeah, unfortunately, they did not listen to this one in the slightest. And we have a caution yet again. And all of that was 3 wide in the tail end.
Tyler Muller, the driver that I see around first, but I don't think Muller was the instigator in this one. We'll take a second look, but I think Lightning McQueen might be the culprit. Is Raja Carruth. We talked about it. It's been a big day for him. Just announced a full-time Truck Series ride for 24, and maybe feeling a little bit desperate back there in the high teens. I think the replay will show, Rachel, he's the one who made the 3-wide situation that probably caught both of the cars around him off guard, maybe not anticipating that move at that time.
Possibly, but Austin Dowdy does come down on him as they're there, because you see him come down as he's almost fully alongside him, perhaps trying to make a blocking move. I'm not sure. I think it was a really late block by Dowdy to stop Raja getting through here. It was a poor call because it turned into, Archimedes' cradle with the little metal balls that you go click, 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 click. Yeah, NASCAR don't work that good for that.
It looks like maybe slightly that Dowdy's car gets maybe touched on the left rear by the 24, because the rear end goes right before the front end goes left. And that's typically a sign of some sort of a touch there. Granted, again, I don't think he was doing any help by moving out of the way for the 24, because he probably wasn't expecting Raja to go underneath him at that point. And unfortunately, they got hooked together and just could not get off. And the 78 was that third car on the bottom I mentioned, who went all the way around. So that was the issue back there. A couple of other cars also going to get a touch of damage in this one. Looked like the 21 machine, Dylan Thomas, going to get some damage. Christopher Tate was behind the wreck when it started. The 30 car gets hung up a little bit. He's going to get some damage. So does Travis Heffler, who gets damage as well. So all of those cars outside of the transfer windows that cause a second quick caution flag in this third heat of the night.
Yeah, so a second caution in essentially as many laps of green flag racing so far. It's setting a trend we don't particularly like, but at the same time, it does mean these guys are going to be racing a little bit harder as the remaining laps of this event come up for us, because there'll be less of them available. Now, those guys were outside the transfer window, so racing a little bit harder, far more expected. If anything, that is on brand with what we expect from this race format. The back of the field to race harder, perhaps than the front. First caution, Evan, I'd say racing incident. It happens. Cold tires, lap 1. It's going to be one of those bobbles. This one, perhaps a little bit of desperation by, we know, a fast driver. A move that was a little bit overly aggressive for the situation, perhaps, on the restart. But sometimes best place to gain time. I can't necessarily fault him. But it certainly made things a little bit more unpredictable.
And I think I don't know if there's a word for this paradox quite yet, as you get an onboard look there with Carl Pooler, who is going to be lining up right behind, I should say, Will, who is going to be just a row in front of him in the number 4 spot. Is that drivers are aggressive, Rachel, because they have not enough time, right, in their opinion, to be able to do what they want to do. The problem is you cause a wreck, then it takes more green flag laps out of your opportunity window, which means on the next restart, guess what? You have to be more aggressive. And that is a vicious, vicious cycle when that just repeats itself.
Yeah, we call those a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yep, and I assume, based on what we saw in heat races 1 and 2 and what we've seen so far, that is going to prove to be true over the course of the night. We'll see how it continues to shake out. Lights are already out on top of the pace car, though. It's a quick cleanup, and we're already ready to go back green flag racing. The pace car going to get out of the way. 23 laps to go for Aiden Train, still on the front row. He's pushed by the 35 of Tyler Meeks. Green flag is back in the air.
Certainly is. Going to that try over all the cars. Getting himself going. Outside line, really not as hooked. Bottom side, Evan really has been stronger so far. They've had that ability just to hook up and connect a little better, especially right at the front here. 35, 23, and 2, really a little bit better organized. Top side this time looking stronger now into 1 and 2 here. They might have something to answer with, but if we get a couple more instances like this, we could see this field start to filter, and that will be big for those spots. The less cars finishing or running well, the more chance you have to race safer. 2 pulls to the outside to try and pull that line forward. This could be the start of something. John Mollahan gonna start to invest here and see if this will pay off.
You saw the outside was starting to get a little bit of speed back, wants to be a leader instead of a follower, and right now he leads the outside line. They've got all the speed off of turn 4. Going to be close at the line. The lap lead, though, goes to Aiden Shreen on the bottom, but now they're going to be nose to nose in the battle for the heat race lead. Remember, the win pays just as good as a P5. The end goal here is to get that automatic bye into the duels. There is a cash prize for the win, but I think everybody will agree advancing worth more than just that little bit extra in the wallet. The main goal, the 1K on the line for winning this 6th annual Podium 500. Topside, Mollahan's got the advantage. That 64, a Stewart doing a great job of pushing, even in the corner, getting a little bit out of shape.
I'm a little bit nervous about him because he is all over the place. He's pushing good, but the 64, he is up and down that track like a jackrabbit. He can't keep it still, which I think is why they can't push behind him. But that separated push, it does tend to work pretty well where you've got 1, 2, then a gap. So it could go for them, but if I was a 2, I'd be really nervous about him catching the back end of my car as it goes right now. But what I've seen so far that really inspires me is the 2, and Mollahan has not... Oh, gosh, that looked a little bit frightening. No, the 2 of Mollahan has not just cut and run. The second he got cleared at the bottom, he did not come down and just take it up. Thank you, guys, for the push. He's staying out there. He's going to pull him. He's going to try and put some of the guys who've been fighting with him on the bottom side further back, and the yellow flag is out.
Spinner in turn 3. Brady Powers is off and in the grass, so there's an issue for the 19. And the yellow is out for a 3rd time tonight. Some drivers were not very happy about the 3 wide, to which somebody else had replied, there's plenty of room for 3 wide if you use your mirrors. So already a little bit of hostility in the midfield, and I think Raja Karuth involved in his 2nd 3 wide accident of the night. Well, watch how this whole thing develops there, and you can see as they start to mess up, it's going to be backstretch headed into turn number 3 on lap 10. And Raja Karuth is getting the push from the 54 of Sean Conklin. And they just kind of run out of room when they get into the corner. Here's the big run. You see Raja in the white car. They've got plenty of speed there. Now, there was 3 wide room where they were running, Rachel, but then as they caught up to the 19 of Brady Powers was not in a 3 wide position. He was kind of middle high, which works for 2 wide, but something had to give, right? There was a car in a position to be middle 3 and a car in a position to be high 2, and those do not equate to one another.
No, it was okay initially, and we've seen this situation before. That got real clustery real fast, and it had to spit something at the bottom. I love my analogies normally, but you got to have a bit more patience racing here. And I know for these guys who are sitting further back, it's going to feel really frustrating. They want to make into that transfer spot, because we know basically 11 guys here are not going to come out, not go on to the next races with us. So they want to do something, but it's now the right time, because we seem to be going green, 4 yellow, green, 4 yellow, green, 4 yellow. You didn't half the race with this stuff. We nearly have, in fact. There comes a time where you put a couple of laps in the bank, let things spread a little bit, then go for some moves, put yourself in a good spot, call it a day. But this is a little bit... It's going to just reinforce the situation that keeps them back there.
You're exactly right. And again, we're probably going to continue to see that through. I don't know if we had seen it that quite, exaggerated in heat race number 2 just prior to this, but certainly some yellows. And I guess it's worth noting that on the scoring pylon, top left of your screen, you see it does indicate lap 12 of 30. There is a 60-minute timer. I do not think, though, even if we take the green and the yellow immediately every single time, that we would run out of that unless we get into overtime, which is a separate conversation. In sim, it is set, I think, to a limit of about 15 or so green and white checkers. Essentially, that means unlimited, right? There's no way that you would have enough time to run all of those in that 60-minute timer. So we'll get all of regulation in on the time, no doubt that. And then technically unlimited green, white checkers or overtime restarts from that point on, just because 15 is enough of a number to get you to that distance no matter what. Is the 48 car is the driver we're taking a look at now. There's another good on-board look with the driver of the 48. That's Eugene Mazganov, and I love when the drivers give us those on-board looks. I mainly am looking into the different sim rigs that they have, Rachel. It's always a talking point we have, how differently you can customize your rig at home to suit your driving needs. And Eugene's got a pretty, I think, standard stock car type setup. He's got the detachable wheel, but it's the stock car style wheel. He's got the racing gloves. He's got a pretty good look.
Yeah, he does. I always love seeing this from these guys, seeing what they're running, of course, in those setups. And this appears to be a single screen, from what I can see here, which is the bare bones basic. Of course, I ran single screen for quite a long time. I've run motion tracking. I've run, head tracking, I should say. I've run VR. Single screen does work. People will bash it, but honestly, if you're a good driver, you'll run good. It's not the equipment, it's the driver. It always is. Give yourself an old, one of the old Logitech G25 wheels, single monitor. That's the old school good days. Those are good times.
And if you're not good like myself, you need the 3 monitors to help you with those blind spots. Makes it a little bit easier. I think certainly in racing like this, where there's so much movement, having triples or having it ultra wide can help. I know a lot of drivers at a competitive level don't like the VR a ton, but that also, for dirt racing, I think drivers like it a lot because you can just physically turn your head to aid
head
where you
tracking is
can
good
see.
for that.
Exactly, and I think a lot of drivers, too, in a race like this probably have a spotter or 2 sprinkled throughout the field. So I'm sure a lot of these drivers aren't completely reliant either on just the in-sim spotter, but they probably got a teammate or a buddy helping them tell them what's going on around the field as well.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the biggest advantages, of course, is for that quick look. You use your paddles, on which most wheels have. Look left, look right. Boom, done. Single monitor, life. That is how it works. You gotta have that quick look, which sucks for restarts, I will say. It absolutely sucks for restarts. Triples always have an advantage there. It's just nature of the beast. But with a lot of these direct drive wheels, though, those racing wheel gloves are not just a look at me, I'm driving my pretend race car, mum. No, those gloves are important because those things will take your skin off your hands.
And I've seen, many opinions on if you go racing boot on your feet, if you go socks, if you go no sock. We could have an indefinite flow chart of how to set up your sim racing setup, and nobody would ever agree.
Fluffy slippers. It's the only way.
I'm team socks. Team socks.
Team
all
socks.
the way.
Okay. Hey, in the chat, guys, what are you, team boots, socks, fluffy slippers? Tell us in the comments. Here's the restart zone. Mulholland. Here we go.
Green flag back in the air. It's a good jump for him, but maybe too good of a jump because John Mulholland is so far out in front. The 64 is going to have a big head of steam, and Thomas Stewart sticks with him. Thought maybe he was going to go to the outside, make the pass. He's not going to do it. It does check up the inside a little bit, and they are 3 wide just behind that 23-ish green top side. So already mixing it up in the midfield.
Yeah, midfield's getting 3 wide already. They're excited. These guys don't manage to complete a green flag lap. How dare they ruin the trend? Oh, God, please don't do this! Yeah, they did it.
Spinner,
did
it's
it.
Duke Caruth, and this one is going to pile into the outside wall in turn number 3, and yet again, another yellow in heat race number 3. That one ended a lot bigger than a lot of the others. We've gotten away with a couple tonight. We did not get away with that one. That's a lot of torn up race cars in turn 3.
Yeah, I could see that one coming. That was telegraphed so that the guys on the moon could see it. Yeah, like we said earlier, self-fulfilling prophecy. You keep wrecking, you keep beating lap time under yellow. You run out of laps to actually do something under green. People end up having to rush harder under green, and this sort of thing happens. And the thing is, this was happening in multiple places. And I think the etymology of this incident, if we got the replay for you, it started further up the track than where it happened. The 35 gets off the track a little bit up ahead of them. If you watch this there, look him go down under the yellow, right at the front of your screen, right on the right-hand side there. He goes up, then comes up down again. And I think people checked up, expecting him to come up the track or wreck. And because they checked up, it all went horribly wrong.
And you can see Raja Caruth, all 4 tires off the ground at one point there is the 3 of Travis Heffler was involved. So was the 18 of Zachary Workman. And we watch it again, right? You can see the 3 wide up the road. And then as they start to push on the inside, they get a little bit disjointed. They check up, and it's just that accordion effect that eventually that 73's got no home. They end up 4 wide, turns the 78 off into the grass, and then it was Carruth and company who came back up the hill and ended up in the air. And that is where more drivers were involved. And now a couple of drivers on the radio talking about the incident point limit that we had referenced earlier. Again, in most cases, if your night is going any semblance of what you're hoping it would, you're not going to be anywhere close to those numbers. But I mentioned Raja Carruth. That's his 3rd incident that he's been involved in of the night. At that point, yeah, that 17x incident point counter is starting to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, we could start losing some guys to the incident limit. Oh, that'd be awkward, wouldn't it? You wish to get all the way through this thing and that happens. We've definitely lost some fast repairs now, so people may have to drive more carefully. We might hope. But it's all dependent on how this plays forward. I think... No, everyone is still running on the track, so this is up for grabs at 24 cars ready to go do some damage out here. Roger Carruth is just going to be coming off pit road here and catching up to your field. His car is in one piece, so that's going to be lucky for him. But I think the guys at the front here are really happy. Stewart, Mollahan, Cooley, Martin, Treen. This is great. They're sitting top 5 and like, wow, we don't have to do anything. We're locked into the duels here because these guys can't get up to us because they keep killing it on the back straight.
I'd probably feel better if I was them if we didn't have that looming kind of infinite or unlimited overtimes at the end, right? Unlimited is not necessarily the case, but you're not going to get to 15. So we're going to get to at an hour at tops. At that point, it becomes a timed race. That would make me feel a little bit more comfortable, but we've had, a handful of yellows to start this one. And we're just now passing the halfway point, and it's about 9:28. So they've still got, according to the sim, about 33 minutes and 8 seconds, if you really want a specific number, left on the clock, which means that if you continued to have almost all the laps run under yellow inside of regulation, you wouldn't have a ton of time for some overtimes. You'd get maybe 2, maybe 3 of them. Again, we'll just kind of keep a half eye on those times as this heat continues, but certainly the drivers up front not going to be complaining, because to the opposite effect of the drivers in the back are aggressive because they don't have a lot of laps, and then when they're aggressive, they cause a wreck and give themselves even less laps. Well, it's the opposite up front. The more that they cause incidents at the back, the less opportunities there are for the cars behind you to pass you.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to go to unlimited green-white checkers, because that's going to be essentially running the bulls whilst in a 3-legged race. It's only going to go well a few times before it goes horribly wrong.
And I'm curious if any of the drivers in heat race number 4, which will be going green in about 30 minutes from now, we'll be with you again right here on Podium for that one, are watching in, much like we were keeping a half eye on duel number 2 prior to this to try to learn some lessons, because I think grid position could be quite big there as well. Of course, notably, the qualifying for this does not take place in session, which is notable. That's all predetermined. So the qualifying does not take place traditional style in this session. That has already all been predetermined. So they've already got an idea of where they're going to be starting for the heat races coming up over the course of tonight, and also into the rest of the weekend for the entire Podium 500 week here on Podium Esports. So lights out on top of the iRacing pace car. Going to be lucky number 13 this time around. 13 laps to go in heat race number 3. Front row sees John Mollahan and Thomas Stewart 1-2, Will Cooley, Philip Martin 3-4, and then Aiden Shreen P5. Those are the drivers that are into the dual transfers as they run now. Again, it's those top 5 who get the golden ticket to the duels. P6 through 13 going to have to battle through the LCQs this week. And then 14th on back are getting eliminated right here tonight. Pace car off it in. Let's see what Mollahan can do from the front row. He's led the most laps so far tonight. Green flag back in the air.
We've got some movement a little bit further down. People drop it inside the line. Top line has fallen apart here, Evan. There's 5 cars really remaining on that top side, which gives the bottom line unlimited. Oh, and they're all breaking for the bottom. They're all running for it. No one wants to willingly stay up on the top side. This might be our greener run here. If everyone can get a single file here, we might see 2 laps in a row.
Not a lot of loyalty on the outside, so it fractures quick, but it gets built back up just as fast. Tyler Meeks goes low to high. His 35 Ford Mustang now leads the outside line, but the bottom still the advantage by 4 car lengths. Mollahan leading the bottom. There goes the 31 car. Raul Alves, fastest car in practice for this session, is working his way through the field. He now jumps to lead the outside.
Yeah, he does, and it could work well. They managed to get themselves formed up again here, which could be successful, but they're going to have to stick with it and make this thing really work. And so far, they're understanding 2 wide is good, 3 wide, 4 wide, bad. So if we can stick with that, we might have something to go for. I understand they're talented race car drivers, but I think I would have already learned in this part of the race, 2 is about as much as is really sane with this field.
Carl Pooler goes to the outside. He didn't make that one much of a secret. He kept looking about 4 or 5 times with the pump fake down the backstretch. Finally did it. So he leads the outside. And just as quickly, he will no longer be number 1 because the 02 Logan York goes up top. Now he'll be the number 1 car on the outside line. So that outside is doing what they can to build up momentum. And what a move for John Mollahan. He will go and abandon the inside to put the block on the momentum top side. So a bit of a gamble from the 2 car. Mollahan leaves the safety and security of the inside to make the strategy play now to defend up top. 3 wide behind them. Here comes the 48 of Eugene Mozganov. Is that going to work into the corner?
It might. We'll have to see what will happen here. Had a car incident out, by the way, so our first victim of that was the 88 machine. Incident pointed out, he disappeared in the back straight. As 2 pulling forward, the 02 of Logan York.
So York pushing Mollahan. That move up top for both of those drivers has been working out because the inside, which has been the place to be on restarts tonight, not the place to be. When we stretch our legs, top side has all the momentum in their favor. Look at them slicing and darting side to side down the super stretch. Now Carl Pooler goes top to bottom. The 71 car was 3rd in line on the outside. He drops down to lead the inside. They're trying to push, but I just think numbers-wise, if it's even, the top side's going to be the place to be. We talked about those 31 degrees of banking. What's almost about 3 stories tall of banking to boot, and they've got all the momentum when they come off the corner. They hold about a 2-car length advantage.
Yeah, and that's big for them right now. I think they can hold this. We're in a good spot because we have 8 to go here. So this will be a big benefit if we can single this through, but we have 3 wide at the back there. Guys running for that transfer spot, wanting to make themselves safe here. But out front, holding a very successful spot. The 2, Mollahan, he can drop down if it starts running. He can kill that run. He can move up with York. So I think they're in a safe place here. Those 3 at the front could drop down and just kill the outside line and put themselves in a really safe spot. I might consider it as 4 clear. This could be the chance to do it. If the 2 dropped and I'm York, I'm going to go down with him. I think it's the safest play.
Could be tempting for him as well. The 31 of Alvis, the 48 of Mozganov, those next cars in line topside. Do you stay top or do you go to the inside and hope to catch the wins when they swing in favor of the drivers on the bottom? Everybody holds their own. 8 laps to go that time by the start finish. Topside still the place to be. John Mollahan's led 14 laps on the night. Nobody's been out front longer than the 2 Chevy has. Some 3 wide towards the back. That middle lane going to try to work up the middle, but they've only got 2 cars. I don't think they've got the speed for it, at least this lap.
Not quite this time by. We'll have to see if they can do much more as it goes onward. But as it stands, they're just holding in a good spot, but it will not change enough for them to really affect the transfer position there, 14th, 13th place. And it's staying pretty static in this bunch. We've really not seen much movement. Down the bottom side, we're seeing the 71 Pooler. He's trying to pull, but just hasn't got enough horsepower, it seems.
And in the back, Conklin's the one who you see continuing to try to go 3 wide. That's the 54, the silver car in the middle back there. He's desperate, right back in 18th spot. That's when this part of the field gets really desperate because they're seeing, oh, in trouble. The 73 car gets spun. Ryan Baste is around. It is another yellow after a misguided move by Zachary Workman.
Why'd you gotta say desperation, Evan? Why?
It was
so green.
I was not telestrating, but in my brain I was telestrating what was going to happen next off of turn 2.
Yeah, you should make fortune cookies. You've been getting those right. This one's unfortunately going to be what we expect here, but it gives us maybe 2 to grow after this is over. So we're into restart territory now, guys. And yeah, this is going to get interesting.
We'll wind it back and take a second look. When you've got long lines like this, you've got checkups, and that's what happened. The inside lane checks up, and the 18 machine, a workman's going to go to the middle, right? Trying to go 3 wide, but just goes too far. Right now, when it's slowed down and you're in the iRacing drone or the Goodyear blimp, whatever we may have right above, right? It looks very clearly like, how could you overshoot it by that much? But when you're behind the wheel, car's unwinding as it comes off the corner, you're trying to move to the outside enough to not hook the 19 in the right rear, and you just overstep it a little bit. I mean, it's a tricky, not space to put the car in, Rachel, but certainly a tricky spot on the racetrack to try to make a transition like that.
Yeah, it is a really tricky spot, and unfortunately those kind of things will happen. It's racing, super speedway racing, and honestly, I don't think people have the word calm in their brains unless a race at a super speedway is over 100 laps. I just don't think it's possible. Otherwise, they engage Carb Cup and off they go.
And of course, if everything was calm, then I don't know if they'd pay $1,000 to win it at the end, right? I don't think there's a challenge that these drivers would, you'd see this many drivers step out for if it was a nice, orderly Sunday drive. And that's part of it, right? It's Daytona, it's chaotic, it's the great equalizer. It means that anybody who signs up, participates, qualifies, gets into these duels could be a Podium 500 champion. What comes with that means that, well, anybody could cause a wreck, anybody could be on the hook, but part of that is simply the allure of super speedway racing in a big money event like this. And there are very few, if any others, bigger than the Podium 500 when you talk about some of the special events that are hosted here on the service throughout the years. So more cars trickling down to pit road for damage repairs. Again, a lot of the drivers to this point, if you've been involved in maybe a second or third accident, you're going to be talking about, am I running out of quick fixes? Like, that's a legitimate concern for some. Is you see the pit service is completed for Austin Dowdy. The 88 car came in fuel and tires. So, tires aren't going to make a world of a difference, but if you're already in the back, might as well, right? Don't think it really hurts much. He was already back in 23rd. Brady Powers is a lap down, 24th. Brady's going to be the first DNF of the night here for heat race number 3. So for Austin Dowdy, why not? Come in, get tires, and hope that you get a little bit lucky because you're going to need some help restarting back from 23rd.
Yeah, I think you really would there. So, it's going to be run time now. So we're getting down to 1 to green here, and this is where this will step up because you thought that was busy getting off the green flag on these last restarts. Now it's all for the money. We're going to go 5 wide here.
Something tells me that the party's not only at Austin Dowdy's place, but the party's going to be in the back of the field. Just a sneaking suspicion that wherever the fun's going to come from, it's going to be somewhere near him towards the back. Again, the top 5 advance automatically to the duels. 16th, or sorry, I should say 6th through 13th are going to get to the LCQs. And then 14th on back, your night ends in 4 laps from now. Pace car off it in. The 2 car, Amalahan, still the control as we are back underway at Daytona.
We really are, and here it goes. It is now hairy. If this goes to green, I will be shocked, but they're going to hold it right now. 2 wide for most of this, 3 wide, a little bit in the back, but gently so. We're doing okay so far. We should have 3 laps with this, I think, at the moment, Evan. So we should possibly see some clean racing. But the transfer spot's going to really be what affects people here and what they're going to do. Will we see them forcing a 3rd lane? They're working a 3rd lane. Uh-oh. The cheese wedge might be in the mousetrap.
And you got to watch those cars from the 3rd row, too. Yes, they're up front, but if they're P6, they want to get P5. The 13 into the outside wall, the 18 into the outside wall. Neither of those cars get a spin, so we stay green for now. And it is a jailbreak for the outside line. They are 7 cars to the good at 3 laps to go. Now to the middle lane goes the 30 car of Christopher Tate.
Well, we got a wreck there, but it's off the field. They stay straight. The only reason we didn't have an incident back there was because the cars that spun out all incident limited and disappeared, which saved them, everybody else. But right now, we're looking pretty good here. Our cutoff position is actually solo running car. Everyone in that front pack, if they stay straight, is going to be in. So 13th place is so low with space in front and behind, no draft behind them. They're going to lock in where they are. The guys in front, as long as they don't kill each other, this is good. They're all good. They're in. Stop it.
And Philip Martin currently in 13th, the last driver in, but I think some stragglers are going to make it more interesting before we're done. Meanwhile, up front, solo car to the inside, it's Raul Alves. Mentioned that he was the fastest in the session, but that's a mistake because nobody is going to go with him, and that 31 is going to drop like a rock from the top 5 to 10th, maybe worse.
I mean, at this point, he's not looking top 5, so frankly, you might as well drop back to the second group if you don't hook on the tail of this train. But it seems to be working for him now. Maybe this is the one we wanted. Maybe this is the track we needed. It only took him 3/4 of the race to work out how to green flag, but they've done it, and we'll have a fight for the win, we think.
Oh, and they're wrecking in the back, coming to the white flag for the transfer spot. Does the yellow come out before they get to the start-finish line? There is no yellow. It stays green. 1 lap to go as they wrecked for P13. Now we're talking about who gets top 5 with a trip to the duels on the line. Mozgonov going to go underneath. He makes a pass at Malahan and leads off at turn 2.
Yeah, everything from like 12th back is out or running really slow, so they just self-owned. But we are looking for a top 5 run. Here goes the bottom line forming up. We get a break. Who's going to go with him and make this thing happen? I think the 2 might go for adoption here. 23 is dropping down. 2 now, time to go for Logan York. Is he going to drop in and make this thing go out of the corner? I think he will see him come out of 4. Is he going to go for it? He's going to look for it. He's going to try. Is he just going to play for the safe top 5 as he wreck behind him? It's across the grass. And he'll stay for a safe run for the line. Nice choice.
Mozgonov does hang on as Malahan tried to go to the inside. It could not get it at the last minute, but I think it was very clear that Malahan did not step out of line until they both knew for certain that they would not wreck themselves out of a dual advancing position. And Eugene Mozgonov is going to get the win in heat race number 3. John Malahan will finish 2nd. Will Cooley in the number 3 spot. Sean Conklin in 4th. Thomas Stewart in 5th. Those should be your top 5 transfers that are locked in to the duels and have got the best seat in the house.
Well, they managed to make it in the end there, and they made it real interesting to get to the end of this one. So that was more than I expected and less than I hoped.
So Eugene Mozgonov is going to celebrate on the front straightaway as your heat race number 3 winner. There were pleads by the cars back in traffic to get a yellow flag for the incident that happened in the battle for the transfer spot, but race control says that they will review those finishing positions because there may have been some intentional contact between those cars, so they're going to watch that. So the battle for who's going to an LCQ or not may be a question, but we got some drivers celebrating on the front stretch, and rightfully so, because both of those guys right there, Mozgonov and Conklin, they know they're headed to the Podium 500 duels.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and it's exactly what they needed to have happen for them. So great run tonight by those guys, and whew, that's yeah, that could have gone worse, I think, but fantastic run, especially 48 there, and we saw it between him, Malahan, Cooley, the others. Pretty great, respectful racing.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, of course, saving the best for last with the longest green flag racing towards the end of the race, the most separation, the most passing opportunities that we saw, saved it for the end. And in the end, it is, Mozgonov, who started up in the top 5, who wins it. John Malahan, we're shouting him out because started 11th, so had to make quite a trip to get to P2, and he led 21 laps en route to do so. So it was a good night for the 2-car and some other drivers as well. Let's take a look, though, at your race results for heat race number 3. And again, we will preface that these are your unofficial results for heat race number 3, as race control is going to take a look at the finishing positions back in those teen spots. But we know Moskanov is the winner. Mollahan, Cooley, Conklin, and Stewart are headed to the duels. Shout out goes to Logan York. Unfortunately, the first driver out, but will still advance to the LCQ, so his hopes of a Podium 500 win are not dashed. And Raul Alves started back in 15th up to P7. That's a good gain. Aiden Shreen, Tyler Meeks, Tyler Muller. Those are your drivers in the top 10.
Top 20 is going to be Mitchell Howler in 11th place with Raja Karuth in 12th. 13th, the last of the cutoff, is going to be Josh Nelms, pending, of course, any changes from race control. Behind him, first car out, Carl Pooler with Martin Phillip there. Christopher Tate in 16th place. David Duke in 17th. Austin Dowdy 18th. Justin Winters 19th. Travis Holfer 20th. Ryan Ballast is 21st. Dylan Thomas 22nd. Zachary Workman 23rd. And last but not least, Bradley Powers in 24th.
So we'll look top to bottom at your full race results for heat race number 3 on the evening. And we've already sent 5 more drivers through into the duels as we continue to build the field leading towards this weekend's Podium 500 as we continue the road there. A lot of eliminations still to get between, but at least 5 more names know what they're going to be doing in a couple of days' time when it comes to the duels. And again, you're still not all the way to that Podium 500, but you're one step closer in terms of making sure you can race your way through and into the main event. And I think by looking at the prior 2 heat races, watching those and kind of thinking aloud, you know, what were we going to see in this one? How is this all going to play out? I think more yellows that we anticipated of seeing, admittedly, but also not too shocking when you consider, again, that it's drivers at the back. Qualifying doesn't happen in the same session, and there is a little bit of desperation or chaos, if you will, for these drivers to want to force the issue. It is a 30-lap race, but we saw when you have those many yellows, you're definitely not getting 30 laps of green. You need a couple laps to build up some speeds and build up momentum, and I think that kind of explains that aggression.
I think you're right, it does. And unfortunately, it does result in this kind of shenanigans. But at the same time, it is could be far worse. There have been better situations that have occurred, but hopefully we'll see something cleaner and greener in 4.
So now we'll wait a few minutes and get ready for the 4th heat race of the afternoon, which is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. And again, I'm curious if any of the drivers in that one are watching in, trying to learn anything. There's also, Rachel, a decent chance that there were some teammates who maybe were even spotting for one another in one heat race and the other. So they get at least this 10-minute downtime period to reset, maybe communicate, share some strategy, although I don't know how precise with that you can be in a race like this, and then get ready to go all over again for the next group.
Yeah, hopefully we'll do that. And race number 4 should be exciting.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Tonight on Podium Esports, it is the start of qualifying weekend for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500, beginning with heat races number 1 through 5. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday afternoon, and drivers that finish in places 6 through 13th go straight to the LCQs, or the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday afternoon. And all the other drivers that finish in 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races on Podium Esports this weekend.
And we're back live at iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway as Heat Night continues on the road to the Podium 500. And we're happy that you're with us on this Wednesday night. Again, myself, Evan Pasoko, alongside Rachel Whiteford and our producer, Christian Hill, back with you as we are getting ready for heat race number 4. It was a bit of a messy start to heat race number 3 just moments ago that ended with some excitement and fireworks, a wreck coming to the white flag, and more. And in the end, we saw the top 5 drivers get themselves locked into the duels. A couple of drivers get sent to the LCQ, and everybody else sent home. And the name of the game continues here with Heat Race 4. Heat Race 5 will be following us at the conclusion of this one. That'll start sometime around 11 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be the final heat race of the night, so we encourage you to stick around when Robert and Jacob jump into the booth and take you home the rest of the way. But for now, Rachel, we're ready for Heat Race number 4, and we'll remind those who may just be tuning in just now what's going on tonight in these duels, of course, here at the World Center of Racing.
Yeah, and hopefully these guys will be tuning in some of the earlier races of tonight and seeing what's taken place, because they could learn a lot.
2.5 miles around this super speedway. It was 2.5 miles of pain for a lot of guys in that first one. Could not catch a break. A lot of them caught up in multiple wrecks and just never really had a shot at it. But when we talk format for this one, we're talking about some sprint racing, and there's some caveats that come with that as well. 30-lap race, 15 green white checkers maximum. Again, realistically, it's going to work out to be 2 or 3 at tops or so. There is fixed setup, so all the cars are built equal. You do have one faster pair available to you, which a lot of people needed in heat race number 3. And there is a 17x incident limit, which will also take you completely out of this race. So that's important to know. There is a $50 prize to win, but the big goal, be top 5, because if you finish top 5 in any of these heats, you advance to the duels. P16 and 13 advance into the LCQs. Your window of opportunity gets a lot harder, but it does not go away completely like it does for drivers who finish 14th on back, because if you're that far back in the order, it all ends right here, right now, before it even gets underway.
Yeah, it really does, and they have to be careful with that one. And as we saw in the last one, you might not even finish and still just about make it into that top 13. So being in the right place at the right time is super important, but finishing matters more.
We're just about minutes away, actually seconds away from the start of this one. A warm-up session grind to a close now. Again, qualifying taking place earlier, so not attached to this session. But Dennis Ansman was the fastest car in the practice session for this group. Charles Velasquez Jr. comes home second, and Ryan M. Johnson third. So those are the drivers who were fast in draft practice. We'll see if that correlates to some speed when we drop the green flag and say, let's go racing. Because with that, Barney drops the checkered flag. Practice is done. And let's go trackside and take a look at your podium starting grid for heat race number 4. So courtesy of the earlier qualifying, it is Raymond Rittenauer who will start from pole, a driver with a ton of super speedway experience here on the service, alongside number 34, Sean Boundy, equally so, get a start from second. Back on row 2, the 18 of Austin Green will start tonight in third position, and Chris Wilhite will roll from P4. Back on row 3, it is the 03 of Kenneth McCullough Jr. starting 5th, alongside the 8 car of Aaron Brown in 6th. And then on row 4, your fastest driver from practice, the 16 of Dennis Ansman, will start from 7th with Steve Bocock in the 12 car starting in 8th. And back on row number 5, 38 car of Ryan Johnson will start tonight in 9th. And rounding out your top 10 is the 48 machine of Kenneth Riedinger.
And starting tonight in that 11th spot in the 6th row is going to be Connor Barry, and his outside Clint Spillman. Row number 7, Antonio Alfredo with Jacob Turner in the 143 on his outside. Behind them, in number 8, it's going to be the 3 of Michael Heilig. The 84 of Jordan Brockel in 16th on his outside. Row number 9 will be Brian Hennings in the 74 with the 97 of Julian Ricky. He's in the 18 car there. Behind them, Eric Papineau in the 917 car. The 30 of Aaron Roth is in 20th. Last 4 cars we have tonight are Nathan Deering in the 94 with the 64 of Charles Velasquez Jr., Stephen Korsak, and Rob Connors is our last and final round.
Let's look at your starting grid. It is a pretty February afternoon here in the Sunshine State, and that's rightfully so. The sim is set to this actual date in the service, so that does affect track conditions a little bit. We're not talking about summer heat. We're talking about, a nice February day. Could be worse in other parts of the country. 82 degrees, track temp, 66 degrees, atmospheric temp, cool for Daytona, all things considered. Some winds at 16 miles an hour. Again, the weather is dynamic and the dynamic skies, so that may change somewhat over the course of this heat race, but all in all, I don't think that's going to wreak too much havoc.
No, I think you should be all right. And someone in the comments just pointed out I called Antonio. I think I just read the Alfredo surname and was like, oh yeah, must be the Italian name, but we'll go with that one. So no, it's definitely weather's good for this one tonight. I think we're in a good position to make this thing work. Cool Track will help grip. Let's see if they can learn from the previous runs and do this differently.
And we'll see if Fast Pasta can make some noise from 13th spot. Alfredo, again, one of the drivers of the NASCAR ranks. The talent pool here strong in these Podium 500 heats. We are underway, though. Green flag for heat race number 4. And it's a pretty good start inside.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
There they are, right on cue to prove me wrong and out of front.
Evan, they didn't even cross the line. We have a new record for fastest caution. They didn't even start.
And I think, taking a quick peek, and we'll wait for the replay, but I think Aaron Roth might have dropped the transmission on the asphalt on the outside line. I think this one is simply going to come down to a missed shift, because I promise I was looking at the entirety of the field when they hit the gas, and they all took off pretty good. And then as the leaders crossed the line, something drastic happened to Aaron Roth, and I think it's as simple as a missed shift, right? Intending to go up a gear instead of going down, and watch this 30 car just come to a halt.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, that car was not running good.
And nothing, if you're Charles Velasquez Jr., that you can do, because car in front of you is accelerating, car behind you is accelerating, and you're on the gas. If a guy misses a shift in front of you, there's no real opportunity to avoid that. And Roth gets turned into the wall. Velasquez gets turned around from behind. It was the double O of Rob Connors behind them who drove into them as well. So that's going to be the mess on the outside line. The front looked real good, right? The story from heat race number 3 was the outside had a lot of really poor restarts. People were jumping ship and getting down to the inside, and they looked real good up front, but the issues were in the back. That, for the second heat in a row, give us a yellow flag on lap number 1.
Yeah, they were, and unfortunately these things will happen sometimes in racing. It isn't impossible, but boy, does it suck a little.
So some drivers going to be forced to use those quick repairs early in this one. Rob Connors down and in the box. The Hendrick Cars 00 machine did get damage repaired, but I did not see the damage kind of snap repair. And it's kind of like if you're part of the sim, you know what that means. Essentially, if you get the quick repair, the car will just instantly fix itself, right? It's like trading it out for a new car. I did not see that happen to Rob's car, so I think he took the way that I had maybe suggested, non-expert opinion, that some drivers might want to take when we kind of discussed this at the start of Heat Race 3, Rachel, and that is don't use the quick repair, but actually sit in the box, try to get the car fixed to get it as close to 100% as possible, so you still have the quick repair if you need it for a more serious wreck later.
Yeah, that would definitely be a benefit, I think, under those circumstances, but they didn't, unfortunately, and it went a little bit pear-shaped. It's a new one. I didn't think we'd do it that quickly, but they did.
So there's a look at the 00, and it looks pretty clean. There might be some left front, or I guess from driver's perspective, right, the right front corner, the hood is a little bit crinkled up as well. So, maybe a little bit of outstanding damage on the 00, but he's going to have to do his best to catch up to the field. I don't think we're going to see the lights go out on top of the pace car this time by. One adjustment that I've had to make is that Race Control can turn the lights out on the pace car down the back straightaway. So anytime the lights are on past the start finish, I would always, kind of know we're going to go for at least 2 more trips around. That's no longer the case, but I don't think they would turn them off this late. I was proven wrong on the restart, so you never know, but I think he's going to have plenty of time to catch up, and we will not get the green this time by.
I don't think we will, unfortunately. It's just going to be one of those things. I think we'll have to let them settle down a little bit. Maybe the initial lap to calm down and, gather themselves for this one, but I think it'll be worth it when we do.
So Ray Rittenauer defends the top spot. Sean Boundy still second. Of course, the yellow came out so quick that there were no position changes inside of the top 14. And there's a look at Sean Boundy. He's got some hardware in the back. You talked about kind of your entry-level rig. I think probably triple monitors based on the fact that one to his left sticks out so far. But that looks like just a Logitech G29 or a G920, probably the most commonly used wheel on the service. It's what I run. There's been, iRacing Oval World Championships won on that wheel, but I'm not really looking at the hardware. I'm looking at the other hardware, and that's the trophies in the back. My favorite thing about a sim rig setup is when you've got those trophies conveniently placed to flex on your competitors with.
Yeah, keeping them in the camera angle is definitely a bit of a flex. It's like, hey, look at all the silverware, look at all the gongs. And it does make a difference. It'll psych people out, and it'll just make you feel a little bit better.
So we'll see if he could maybe add another trophy, maybe a nice check to that mantle. If maybe Sean Boundy could be a Podium 500 champion here in 2024. Lights are out on top of the pace car. Again, this is essentially a do-over. There's so little changes of position. It is worth noting, though, Aaron Roth, who was involved in the accident, has fallen 2 laps down. He's the driver who missed the shift, likely lost the transmission, had to tow to pit road is my guess, and that's why those 2 laps were lost. So the Cat 5 Creators machine's going to have to drive all the way back around, and I think, unfortunately, 2 laps down, it's going to be a tough bill to fit. Now, get a couple yellows, lucky dog spot. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I would not be feeling good to be 2 laps down, 4 laps in to this sprint race. But nonetheless, it ain't over until it's over. Side by side on the front row. Again, unlike the initial start of the race, Ray Rittenauer from the inside can control the start of the race, but in that limited window of the restart box, the outside looked pretty good on the last start of the race, I should say, but kind of struggled as a general sense when we watched heat race number 3. So let's see if they're any better as this race continues. Pace car off and in. We'll try it again. Looking for the green flag at Daytona. Back underway in heat race number 4.
Yes, it's going again here on the track, and we'll see what they can do with this restart. Will it be enough this time? Will we make at least turn 1 and turn 2? There is potential for that.
And in fact, it's going to be the outside who has the advantage off to turn 1. The 34 of Boundy pushed by the 7 of Will Height. They both just gotten a nose in front of the 87 of Rittenauer down low. And 2x2 throughout the field. Now down the super stretch. Going to get them up to speed. Top 5. Get that automatic ticket to the duels. Inside line holding strong, but we're not seeing the top evaporate like it did earlier. So it's a fair fight in turn 3.
It certainly is, and it could be an opportunity for them to really make something of this. If they can do it, the outside's pulling, but not enough yet to make it really stay.
Outside was really discombobulated in turns 3 and 4. They get it assembled up a little bit better as they come to the end of lap number 5. But the key, again, is Will Height has been doing a good job a push it bounty when necessary. Into the corner, lifts off. You can see the rest of the outside, kind of checks and accordions a bit. And then the key for the 7 is you want to get right on the bumper as soon as we come off the corner. Right here, we're on the super stretch, get to the bumper and push. That's the key for being a good runner-up car in line if you're the 7. It's exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, puts you in a really good spot to really control this thing and to work the race as it goes. But it's going to require you to be a little more controlled in this one, making sure you are not overstretching.
Inside line has to be a little bit more aggressive on the push to stay even with the outside. They don't have as much of an advantage when you come off of the bank into the corners to build momentum. So you'll see that 18 machine of Austin Green second in line down low. A little bit more pushing in the turns compared to what we're seeing out of the 7 and the 34 up top. Now they get off of each other here, but who's first to the bumper? The bottom pair, not the top pair. You have to do that to equalize the inherent advantage the outside lane has got over you. And the outside, kind of a little bit too aggressive. That 7 got kind of bounced around between the 34 and the 8 car and got them disconnected. And now on the bottom, the 87 of Rittenauer is going to see some daylight off of 4.
Yeah, he will, and I think it might just be about enough. Will it be room? I don't think it is yet, though. Unfortunately, he's going to keep pushing.
Bounty top side gets back in front. The 7 working overtime. I know it's no longer the days of the tandem draft, but pushing that much, you gotta wonder what temps are like, and maybe that's where that cooler February weather conditions come into factor, as you might get a little bit more life out of it, depending on how aggressive you want to be. A bit of a slam draft there, courtesy of the 7, but you're on board with Bounty. He didn't really feel it that much. The 34, I think, is liking what he's getting from behind with his partner.
Phrasing. Either way, Sean Bounty there doing a great job of this thing at the moment, keeping this car in a good spot. See the concentration there. Definitely triples looking like from him, but at the moment it's going to be a matter of just keeping this car straight, being pushable, which is almost as hard as actually pushing too.
Okay, they're way out in front, and now they've got the option. Do you want to go down to the inside line, or do you stay up top? I think most drivers, by instinct, would simply just go to the bottom lane, because that's the safe side, right? It's kind of the opposite of the freeway. Here, left lane is kind of the static lane. Right lane is the passing lane. I think it's a better move strategically for Bounty and Wilhite to stay up top. Because if you drop down, guess what's going to happen? Well, you're going to leave the 8-car Aaron Brown up top. He's going to be the lead car. Top side, he's going to do exactly to you what you just did to Ray Rittenauer on the bottom. So they appear to be committed to staying to that outside line, and it's paying dividends. 4 car lengths clear, but not everyone's going to agree, because Steve Bocock, top side, doesn't want to be 4th in line anymore. He drops down to the bottom, wants to take a charge for the race lead, and into the outside wall is Kenneth McCullough Jr. It's going to check everybody up top side, but I think they all got the memo in time.
Yeah, just about, and it's keeping things straight for the time being. This has definitely been cleaner and greener than we saw in the last couple of ones, but they've managed to really, I think, learn from those races, and they're keeping those 2 lanes running pretty strong.
The fight continues throughout the field. A couple of drivers making some moves. Kenneth Rittinger started 10th. He's up to P6. Jacob Turner, 14th. He's up to 11th. Those are a couple of drivers who have moved into the money spots, but that inside line now starting to show some struggles, right? Bocock leads the inside, but he went down there intentionally. The top side has the numbers by a decent margin right now, and I've got to be feeling pretty good. Even if I'm 4th, 5th in line top side, this inside has to work harder to do the same thing. You can see the 87 of Rittenauer now pushing the 12 almost just as aggressively as the 18's pushing him. They have to do that to make up for the lack of speed because they've got less cars.
Yeah, they do. I think they'll make it work. But it does require them to be a little close together, which is going to result in more risk to things happening. And just got some news, actually, in this one. This is the lower end of the actual IR split in terms of these heat races. And so far, greenest.
Yeah, strength of field, of course, the driver's I rating, somewhat indicative of years of experience, levels of competition, clean driving, a little bit of all of that. And this heat race is on the lowest end of all the heat races, but so far, been one of the best, right? You had the money shift off at the start. That'll happen from time to time, but no one's forcing the 3 wide like we saw earlier. Drivers appear to be taking things not going to say calm necessarily. They still got plenty of time to spice it up, but taking a very methodical and mature approach to things so far. Going to be 12 down, 18 to go this time by, though. The inside still trying to pull even with the cars up on the top side. I think it's about 10 or 11 on the bottom, and then 12 or so up on the outside. So the outside's got that slight edge. And how about Sean Boundy? Started this race in P2, so from the outside of the front row. In Heat Race 3, the car who started second dropped out of the top 10 before half a lap was done. Instead, for Boundy, well, he's led 8 of the 14 laps or so that have almost been complete. At 12, Bocock continues to lead on the bottom, trying to make things up. The 87 Rittenauer still pushing when nobody is wanting to force a 3-wide situation. It's hard to make some moves, right? You're going to gain 3 or 4 here. Oh, and there's trouble. The 9 car gets tagged. The 03 of McCullough is sideways. And there they go. It can start from nothing. And a big mess takes out a lot of cars who are inside of the top 13.
Ooh, that's a big one. That is the big one for tonight. We didn't make it further. We're nearly halfway here, so credit where it's due. We were owed a big one.
And there was no, obvious sign. We had seen in some of the other ones that, even from the top of the grandstands down the front stretch, you could see it coming, right? No matter where it was on the track. That's not really one of those. Naturally, when you have that many cars in line, there's going to be some checking up that happens in any lane. And I think that is simply just what caught up to everybody. And I think the key is going to be watching. Obviously, the 9 car is the one who gets involved at the start of this. And it happened so quick. You can see the top side and then watch just a small check, right? It gets to the 4. It drops back a car. Then it gets to the 03 and then the 9. And then right there, they just get a little bit of contact. Thought maybe we had a chance, but the 03 gets tagged. He's in the wall. He's wrecking. And then, unfortunately, up into the fence and more cars wrecking there. So that's about at least a half a dozen race cars involved in that one. And it happened so quick.
Yeah, it did. And it's unfortunate, but it is part of racing and it will happen sometimes. So, yeah. These guys really have been pushing this one. I think it was going to happen at some point, and at least it only happened now.
So I think we will see some of those drivers come in for those quick repairs. Unfortunately, Connor Berry, one of the drivers involved, who's got a ton of experience on the off-road side of things, one of the very best on the service when it comes to off-road, but he did not tend to go off-road here tonight. He was off into the grass, lost the engine on the 09 machine, so he is going to have to wait for the tow penalty. So if you're unable to drive your car back to pit road, you can get it towed virtually, but there will be a time penalty associated with that in which you have to hold before you're allowed to resume, right, to somewhat simulate the time it takes to get around. So if you have an incident where you have to hook right at pit road entry, not going to be that long. Of course, if you have it right at pit road exit, it's going to be a long time. That accident down in turn number 1 means a relatively long tow time coming up for Connor Berry. Did not use his quick repair earlier, so we'll have an opportunity to do that and get back in the race, but he's already lost a lap. He'll likely lose maybe a second just based on what we saw out of Aaron Roth earlier. Roth lost 2 quick laps. It's worth noting he has not continued in this race. So Roth is going to DNF and finish in 24th spot.
Yeah, not ideal for him, unfortunately, but these things will occur. And with 2 cautions pretty quickly, it has been reasonable that some guys at the back would be out of their repair and their damage to fix the car. So one of these downsides really of racing in this format, but there'll be other opportunities and other times, of course, of the years. So we'll have to see what they can do onwards with that. But we've still got plenty of racing left here to go. And honestly, this has been quicker than the other ones all combined.
Yeah, now we'll see. Once we mentioned, you have caution flags, it takes opportunities, right? Laps off the counter. How does that play in? Maybe we see a different race in the second half, but certainly 2 yellows through the opening 15, not bad at all. There's a look with Dennis Ansman. We talked about all the different rigs, and I was going to say ultra wide, but is that a ultra wide plus some side monitors? Maybe combining the best of both worlds with his sim rig setup.
Yeah, that's ultra wide for the central plus 2 side regulars. Great combo, actually. Really works and does the job.
That's what I want, but I don't know if my neck can rotate that much on a regular basis. That's covering a lot of ground. I've always thought that the single ultra wide is the best in terms of racing, right? Obviously, it's a little bit less field of view than if you get triples relatively, right? Certainly the ultra wides come in a whole bunch of varying FOVs. But I've always thought that that single ultra wide and then an additional auxiliary monitor, preferably right on top for timing and auxiliary stuff, I think that's typically been my favorite setup.
Yeah, that has potential, but you have to remember, of course, that running just the ultra wide, it can really warp perspective. So normal sized and triple does actually have a benefit there. So it does balance.
And I will say, as much as I love the ultra wide, I am a team triple, but that's because I'm mainly not in the car and for good reason, or I'd be money shifted like we saw earlier pretty frequently, I would say. I stick to the carb cups and the street stocks of the world. Lights on top of the pace car. Dennis lined up and going to get ready to go in P9 for this one. So he's lost 2 spots from the get-go, but is still in the middle bubble of cars. And again, if you're just joining us, there's 2 different groups that you're trying to be a part of in these heat races. First, of course, is if you win the race. That's not a group. You win it, you get $50. Nothing bad can happen if you win. But first through 5th position, we'll get an automatic advancement into the Podium 500 duels later on this week. If you finish from 6th position through 13th, you will head to the last chance qualifiers. Of course, that means that your path gets a little bit narrower, a little bit trickier, but does not take you out completely. And then therefore anybody who finishes 14th position on back going to get sent home. So 10 drivers not going to make it. In fact, 11 drivers, I should say, not going to make it into the next qualification rounds for the Podium 500 by the time this one is said and done. So almost a majority of the field. Lights out on the pace car. Boundy, Will Height on the front row. That outside had kind of established a bit of a monopoly over things on the last stint. Curious if it happens again.
I think it has potential to. I don't think it will this time. I think they'll find a way to be a bit more behaved, but time will tell how that one plays out.
So we'll see when the pace car dives off and in this time by. Going to be 13 laps to go from Daytona. It is the 34 car to control things from the inside of the front row. Green flag back in the air. We're underway, and it's a good jump for the inside for the first time tonight. Boundy, quick decision. He goes up top.
Yeah, so far it has been, and it's doing the job just right at the moment. Keep that top line really pushing. It could be good for them.
4-car length advantage now to the outside line as the 12 machine struggling on the bottom. No help for Steve Bocock. They're going to build up some speed. You can see about 5 cars on the bottom. The 6th one went up top, and I think it's going to be a lot of the same. Cars are going quickly to the outside in almost a complete role reversal of what we saw from heat race number 3.
Yeah, so far it has been, and they managed to get in a good position to do it. So keep an eye on the 18 and the 7. Those guys are going to be really pivotal to how this plays in the next lap or two.
And the 34 Bounty has shown no intentions of leaving that lead spot on the outside. In Heat Race 3, later on in the race, we saw the lead car from what was the dominant bottom lane leave it when they saw the top getting a run, right? They went up top to kind of throw a block, manage the speed, and try to defend. As we get later into this 4th heat, does Bounty do the same if/when the inside mounts a real charge? A little bit of discombobulation. The 18 machine of Austin Green giving some marching orders to Steve Bocock in front of him, trying to get those two on the same page, because if the 12 and the 18 can't draft to go together, it's going to hurt that whole bottom lane. So they really are trying to get coordinated.
Yeah, they are, and I think they will find that. It's just going to be a bit of a shove to get into that sort of situation, but they can do it, I think, with some practice and just keeping that thing straight, because it's a little wobbly for me. That's what worries me. They're still all over the place. The top is hooked up far tighter, though, than we see on the lower side.
Caution, trouble towards the rear. They were just going side by side for the lead. Ryan Johnson is slow, so it's an issue with at least the 38 on that last shot down the back. We saw some more cars that had fallen off pace with the leaders, so something had happened back in the traffic, but it was, I mean, well behind the leaders. And I think it's going to be a little bit of a more exaggerated example Rachel, of what we saw for the second yellow just prior to this, right? Nothing out of the ordinary is happening, but when there's so many cars in line, you just can't physically be running full throttle at the back. There's just the speed can't be there, and you get checkups and you get lifts, and at some point, if someone brakes a little bit later than maybe they should, and then that causes the person behind them to check up more, and just like in traffic, at some point that's going to come to a head. And this is very similar to the incident we just saw prior to this one, although I think a little bit more exaggerated, and the replay will show that.
Yeah, a little bit more, I think. We're going to replay up now, and you'll see what happens here towards the rear of this thing. And it's aggressive for now, but we'll see when this thing comes together on the track for you. And catching a little bit early, gets a bit of wall, and they just punched too hard there at the bottom. They don't check up as much as I think I would prefer them to have done. I think guy in the wall, you got to back off. You can't expect him not to try and peel that car off it.
So a tough break there. The checkup involves 3 cars when it is all said and done. Ryan Johnson gets damage. Maybe the worst of it all goes to Kenneth McCullough Jr., who gets some more damage. And then Jacob Turner was the 143 car into the outside wall. And those are the 3 who get the damage in that one. You can see down on pit road, already some repairs going on for McCullough. I believe Jacob Turner is going to be entering pit road this time by. So will the 9 of Connor Berry. So those drivers looking for some repeat fixes. If you're talking about Connor Berry, who had already had to take a tow to pit road, Turner there, and then the 3rd car in line as well is Ryan Johnson. So the rest of the cars involved in that incident going to come down pit road. Curious if we're going to see any quick fixes get pulled out of the bag here for these drivers to get completely back up to speed and try to get themselves back into this race as soon as they can.
I think see, you work too hard on this, and it will put you in a situation where you haven't really got much to answer with. And I think some of these guys are running low on answerings.
I was just watching Johnson into the box, has not gone for the quick repair, so either not an option for him or not wanting to use it at this juncture. Jacob Turner as well, unable to do so. And then for Kenneth McCullough, the story for the 03 being, of course, that he lost the engine in that accident. You can still see the smoke billowing out from the 03 car. So he did take that tow to pit road that we had referenced earlier. So when he is able to have that time penalty elapse and decide to make the decisions for himself, we'll get a better answer in terms of, is that McCullough Motorsports machine have an available quick fix or not? And this will be one of the longer yellows. You can see the field is already not doubled up just because of all those different lapped cars having to have their opportunity to come down pit road and everything to cycle through. So we will probably look for the lights to go out this time by.
We will. I think they'll do just that for us. So matter of just waiting for this one to balance now and get ourselves ready to go again. And we will find exactly how this plays. Now, I think we need to be careful. We haven't got a lot of laps left. And whilst they've been greener, there is still plenty of time for them to be far meaner.
You know, we gave him the kudos for going long and green in the first half. And I don't want to say that those days may be past us, but second half of the race, more importantly, inside of 10 laps to go, it's just hard to put on your patient pants when there's a lot on the line and it's less than 10 laps to go. And the thing about plate races like this is that the opportunities to do something silly, limitless. And how about that? We talked about all the different versions of The Sims, and we've got someone rocking the VR tonight. It's Ryan Johnson, who's coming back down pit road for some more repairs.
Yeah, see, the VR does work, and if you haven't got, the space for a lot of the bigger setups, let's be honest, triples takes a lot of space, right? That is not a small setup. Like, I run dual monitors, and that's already eating tons of space when they're 27s. VR is actually practical, and it actually ends up costing slightly less than a triple setup because you need less space, you don't need stands or mounts, and you don't need, obviously, the 3 monitors, which if they're good ones are not cheap, so you could look like 700-800 for just the monitors, frankly. So yeah, it pays for itself.
It is a fun one. I've tried it for dirt racing specifically, and it's a blast. And I think that a lot of drivers, again, on the pro side of things, will avoid it, but they'll also avoid things like force feedback as much as they can and whatnot, because they don't want variables, right? At a pro level, you want to have as much control and you want things to be very precise as possible. If you want an immersive experience, VR and a wheel that'll shake your wrists down to the bone is probably as fun as it'll get.
I think it depends, because the road and oval pros are very different. The road pros, they'd go for all the things. They'd go for force feedback and other factors, and to have fun with it too. But it's down to style, I think, as we get ready to go green.
So let's see, is this going to be one of the final restarts of the night in Heat Race 4? 7 laps to go on the board. It's a front row with Steve Bocock and Austin Green. Green flag in the air. The inside gets the jump as the 12 and the 16 launch out to the advantage. Now, do they stay on the bottom or do they go topside? The 12 of Bocock thinking about going up, pulls a second doubt, goes back down to the inside for now.
He does indeed. Inside looking strong right now, but it's not quite as well put together. Topside a little bit better, but not as long. So it could equalize. Bocock and Ansman really looking pretty reasonable at the moment, although I think the outside's rallying.
And the outside has got the run, and now maybe the 12 of Bocock hoping that he had gone to the outside, because pulling even with him. Brian Hennings have not talked a lot about that 74 Chevrolet tonight. He started back in 17th spot. But as they come to the start-finish line to take 7, I should say, to go in this race as we continue on. It is 6 laps to go. My time and scoring's lying to me. As we hit 6 to go, he is your new race leader from the back to the front. Brian Hennings making the moves when it matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're staying pretty strong at the front here, so this will be important to keep this one rolling. He was also a good position because 14th place, our cutoff, is around where the 88 car is right now. So that's how far up the field it is. And we're looking at 3 lines. So now he's in the wall. He gets put up there by the 27, who kind of, that's Kurosek, just kind of forcing that middle row to go. And it kind of had 88 go up the track, but he's holding on so far.
And Anthony Alfredo stuck topside, needs a push from the 88 of Clint Spillman to try to get clear of the mutiny in the middle. The 48 and the 27 to kind of the lone wolves. Now the 8 car tries to go high. That hole's not there, and Alfredo has to slam on the brakes, forcing his way in, and it's all going to accordion. Hard into the wall goes Jordan Brockle, and another yellow comes out.
Yeah, unfortunate there. That was going to happen, I think. That was signposted after the initial kind of wedgie moment, as it happened yet again. More wall, and 48, just that middle row just didn't help with things. And poor old, on the bottom there, 84, who just did not ask for any of this. And wham bam, in the wall goes Jordan Brockle.
I couldn't tell if Aaron Brown was trying to go to the outside or if he just kind of got moved to the middle and then decided to commit to it at that point. It's kind of tough to tell when there's so much bumper touching and, is somebody getting ushered out of line as the pace car buzzes the tower there. Good thing he yielded to the pace car coming through. But yeah, I mean, that is, again, not to repeat the same terms, but accordion effect, right? It all starts with, there's a big gap up top. So as we wind up the replay, the 8 car moves to the middle and then is going to try to get in line. That room is not there topside, right? Look, it's gone. But the 33 breaks because he thinks the 18 is going to run him over. And when he breaks, the 4 checks up, the 27 goes to the middle, and you just lose your bearings. You lose that situational awareness. The closing rate gets wonky, and you wad up some cars. And this yellow going to take us now to the brink of the end of regulation.
Yeah, it will. And not what anybody wanted to have happen, but it does put us into this situation now, and we will, I think at this point, you're right, we'll be probably going to some fun time.
Cars on pit road for repairs. Aaron Roth is out of this race. So is Eric Papineau. Michael Heilich is out. Kenneth McCullough Jr., 2 laps down, but still on track. Connor Berry, 2 laps down, still on track. They are 20th and 21st, and I think will be fighting amongst themselves to maybe try to get some laps back if able. Not going to say it's impossible. Time is an important factor as well. We mentioned that there's kind of infinite green and white checkers within the time window, right? So the clock says 3 laps to go. The scoring pylon does, I should say, this time by. That is true. But there is a timer running behind all of this as well, which will cap this race at an hour in length. That clock has got about 25 minutes left on it to stop at the top of the hour, of course, because heat race number 5 has got to start at that point. They need the racetrack. So there will be as many green-white checkers as necessary to fill up what remains of that 60-minute clock whenever we run out of regulation. Now, there were so many yellows in Heat Race 3, we were saying, Rachel, maybe 2 or 3 max. Here, realistically, you get 4 or 5 of them if it's needed.
Yeah, and we'll get that, so there's time for it. Do we want to see that, though? How many of the field will be left if that happens?
That is the question. And eventually, as you get later in the race, then you're starting to talk about, that incident point tally that we had mentioned earlier, right? That's going to be a factor. Good news is nobody in the top 12 got an incident so far tonight. So all the people with trouble have been at the back, right? But you get more and more incidents. Those incident points rack up. You could get a DQ based on incident points, as well as, well, you got that one quick repair. Sure, you junk your race car. You get it fixed once. That's fine. Getting it fixed twice, maybe a little bit less likely, right? At that point, you're going to start to have cars with a lot of damage. That doesn't mean they're going to pull over and park. I could have a street stock out there for all I care, but if I'm 18th, I'm going to run the last lap, because if they all wreck in front of me, who knows? I could get a spot in the top 13. So, damaged cars becomes a factor as well, but all those are some things to consider. Is this time by, we're going to head to 2 laps to go in regulation. Light's not out on top of the pace car, so I think this will extend us officially into podium overtime.
Yeah, I think it will. Just a matter of how this one plays out in the green-white checkers. That will be pivotal to this ending, and it might grind up the field.
Let's see, as we come to the stripe, Bernie the flag man has the yellow in hand, so it is not the green flag signal. Evidently, pace car stays out. Do the lights go out this time by? They do. So we are extended for a green-white checker to finish. Again, we can have as many of these as necessary until we hit 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time at about 22 minutes from now. Now, Hennings, Green, Bocock, Boundy, Ansman, the top 5. They're in to the spots that head straight to the duels. I'm sure they would love to use this track position to their advantage and only need one, get it locked up. And of course, in order to do so, we need to get to the white flag for this heat race to be official. If you do not get to the white and there's an incident, we'll re-rack it and try it all again.
We're going to find out exactly what goes down with this, and I don't think it's going to be quiet. I think that's pretty easy to tell. Yeah.
We talked earlier about Raja Karuth and the schedule that he's been doing and recently announced with the NASCAR Craftsman trucks, and haven't talked a ton about Anthony Alfredo tonight. He's kind of getting bullied in the midfield, forced 3 wide, slamming on the brakes to not get cut off by the 8 of Aaron Brown. But Anthony Alfredo, of course, in the NASCAR ranks to his own right, driving the number 5 for Our Motorsports this season in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. So he's got not only that real-world experience, but as well plenty of sim racing experience as well. In some of the Pro Invitational stuff, a lot of the private leagues as well. Probably one of the more well-versed drivers who competes both in the top ranks on the NASCAR National Circuit and also here on the service as well. So he's always a force to be reckoned with. He's going to be on the inside of row number 6. So that's going to be P11 inside of the top 13. So inside of a LCQ spot. But he would, I'm sure, just like everybody else, really hope to get a top 5 out of this one and go straight to the duels. Will it be for the last time tonight that the pace car goes to pit road? It's Brian Hennings, field to control. 2 laps to go at Daytona.
It's small enough here that it might. This could be it. It's going to be tough, but I think they might make it. They're looking pretty gentle into turn 1 here, but time will tell what they do for this.
Inside's got the advantage for now. Not a lot of people trailing off in the back. Only maybe 3 or 4 losing touch. So that's a lot of race cars through the gears and off at turn 2. Both the 74 and the 12 going to go to the outside. So Hennings bails on the bottom. He leads the top side. It's Hennings pushed by Bocock, pushed by the 18 of Green. Now the outside, a 4-car length advantage as they look for the white flag this time by.
They might go to this as long as no one murders themselves on this run now. They might actually make this thing as we cross the line here. It's gonna go to the end. Wow.
This race is official. The 12 of Bocock looked low. Green didn't bite, and the 12 is gonna fall outside of the top 5 just like that.
Honestly, I'm impressed, and this might actually get this rate go green to the very end of this thing, which would be a shocker. I'm actually impressed with these guys. This has been really a good race. It's been faster. It's been well run. Timing's been good, and we've not had as many cautions as by half as some of them. But here we go. This is the meet now.
Big block by Brian Hennings shuts the door. Here we go. Hennings leads the inside. It's Austin Green top side. Oh, they're going to spin from second. Race to the line in the battle for the win. Top side, Austin Green wins heat race number 4. But who ends up in a transfer? Green with the win. Velasquez, Hennings, Ricci, and Brown, the top 5. And Steve Bocock is not happy because there were a lot of race cars who were in transfer spots off the corner who end up on the outside. Sean Boundy was second. I think he ends up in 12th. So he is still going to have an opportunity to drive in through the LCQs, but that is not going to extend to everybody. Steve Bocock had a chance to win this race on one of the late restarts. He falls to 18th and is eliminated from the Podium 500.
That went wrong in a heartbeat. Wow. Although it is, as a fan favorite, the faster pastor himself got lightly tossed, but will go through on the 13th. So that went from okay to oh my god in millimeters. I'm impressed.
Well, the only driver who's celebrating right now is Austin Green because he is your heat race number 4 winner. That's $50 in the back pocket. That's a good ROI for jumping into the Podium 500 this year. And now that he's made that entry back up, now he's ready to do it all over again. He's headed to the duels to fight for a spot in the big show later on this week. Let's take a look at your full results for heat race number 4 and try to make sense of that run to the finish. Again, it's Austin Green with the race win. He, along with Charles Velasquez Jr., Brian Hennings, Julian Ricci, and Aaron Brown are in to the duels. They have secured their spot down the road. The night has ended, but the hopes aren't over for these next drivers because Clint Spillman, Ryan Johnson, Dennis Anson, Ray Rittenauer, Rob Connors, Steve Korosek, Sean Boundy, and Anthony Alfredo will finish P6 through 13, and they will be headed to the last chance qualifiers. And I don't know if we can get a look at how Anthony Alfredo crossed the finish line for a reference, Rachel, but they were 3 wide wrecking for what was 13th position in the final transfer spot. Unfortunately, that means that Redinger, first driver on the outside, along with everybody else.
Yeah, it really does. And what a run we had with these guys. That went horribly sideways. That could definitely shake things up, of course, depending on what race control choose to do. I think they...
We mentioned it earlier in that third heat race and mentioned it again in this one, of course. Race control can take a look at all of the results, but they were all crashing coming to the start-finish line. Unlike in heat race number 3 when they wrecked the lap prior and still got to the white, this one there were still actively wrecking race cars. Let's wind that back and take a look again. We saw the side-by-side battle for the win, greened by 6/100ths over Charles Velasquez Jr., Let's watch the battle for the bubble. And you're watching the 33 of Alfredo who makes it in. They're wrecking in front. He sees maybe an opening top side, and then the track's just clogged. Right? You're just keeping your foot on the gas and you're hoping. A couple of cars pass on the bottom. Another car clears on the bottom. Well, the 33 is P13. The 143 had it spun out. Can't get to the line. And the 48 couldn't pass him up top. The 143 couldn't pass him on the bottom. And 3 wide for the transfer. That is the margin in which Anthony Alfredo is in to the Podium 500 LCQs by.
Yeah, and that is his tight quarters in how this one wrapped up. I gotta say, it was definitely gave us an exciting finish after what was the greenest race of the entire heats.
There's another look at it. Again, the 143 had a good look. Right here, he's maybe in front of Alfredo with the back end, but it's just a bad time for the rotation. That 34, by the way, in as well for Sean Boundy. Alfredo in, and a tough break for Kenneth Ranger topside. I mean, there was just no opening up on the outside. All those cars wrecked, went up to the outside wall, and unfortunately, thrilling for us to be able to watch, no doubt, Rachel, but all kinds of excitement there over the course of heat races 3 and 4.
It was, and it was an exciting couple of races. So we have on to the final one after this, I think, though, in round number 7.
That's right. There's one more heat race coming up. It'll be with you at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock Eastern time. For that one, we'll hand things off to Robert and Jake, who will take you home for the rest of the night. But we appreciate you for joining us for heat races 3 and 4 of Heat Race Night for the Podium 500. Rachel Whitford, myself, Evan Pasoko, will sign off and step aside, and it'll be Robert and Jake taking you home the rest of the way on the other side of this break.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Tonight on Podium Esports, it is the start of qualifying weekend for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500, beginning with heat races number 1 through 5. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday afternoon, and drivers that finish in places 6 through 13th go straight to the LCQs, or the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday afternoon. And all the other drivers that finish in 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races on Podium Esports this weekend.
Four heats in the book, one to go here tonight. This is heat race number 5, qualifying for the Podium 500. My name is the Mountain Man, Robert Hill Jr. Joining me tonight, as always, is the redneck announcer, Jacob Reeves. Jake, how you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm telling you, Robert, I am absolutely pumped up to get out here and watch these guys compete right here in Heat 5, Robert. I'm telling you, we've seen a lot of great racing so far this evening. But, folks, I'm telling you right now, thank you very much for staying up late, because I'm telling you, you're in for one hell of a show right here in Heat 5.
Absolutely great heats so far here tonight. Shout out to our producer as well, Christian Hill. Cousin Christian, he's been here all night long. He's going to be here throughout the entire weekend, and it should be a great few days of racing. As we mentioned, heat race number 5 here tonight, the final of the evening. Tomorrow night, we'll be back with 5 additional heats. Then Saturday, Jake, we're going to kick it off with some LCQs and a couple of duels. So should be a great few days. But this one, 30 laps here tonight at Daytona. As you can see on the screen, 2.5 miles, 4 turns, of course. Banking varies from 31 degrees in the corners to 18 degrees on the straightaways. Pit speed 60 miles per hour, so great difference, from over 200 on the racetrack to 60 on pit road. So that could get interesting should green flag stops come into play.
Absolutely. When that happens, or like you said, Robert, if that happens, it's going to get very, very interesting. But, folks, if you've never been here to Daytona, I'm telling you, you really need to go check it out in Daytona Beach, Florida. I mean, this beautiful 2.5-mile racetrack, one of my favorite tracks, much similar to its sister track in Central Alabama, the Talladega Superspeedway. This track, not as wide. You're not able to go 4 wide. You can go 4 wide, but, Robert, we've seen it numerous times. When they try to go 4 wide here, it ends up causing a huge pileup. So, folks, I'm telling you, you're going to see a lot of 2 wide, going to see a lot of 3 wide, may see that 4 wide. But, folks, when you see that 4 wide, be on the edge of your seat, because I got a feeling when they get 4 wide, that big one is going to pop up.
You're absolutely right, Jacob. And one thing to keep in mind here tonight, we did recently get a new drafting package for these cars, so it's a little bit tougher to make those big runs that we've had in previous iterations of the Podium 500. You can't necessarily come from the rear of the field by yourself. You need strength in numbers. You're not going to do it alone. You're going to need some friends. And when you have this sort of format that we have here where the fields are jumbled up a little bit based off your qualifying times, you don't necessarily have those allies, Jake, but we'll see what the drivers can do to get their way out front.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and I'm sure there might be a couple of guys in there talking right now in the race chat. Some guys may know other guys. They might have just got lucked up, and everybody just kind of get piled up into that Heat 5. That way you got some friends, but there you see it right there. 15 green-white checkers. Basically, folks, that is unlimited. $50 to the winner, 30 laps as we talked about, 75 miles for this race, fixed setup, 1 faster pair. That's going to be the key right here. So some of these guys may try to get a little bit aggressive, try to get up there and try to race forward up there at the front. They get caught up in a wreck. Go ahead and ease it back down pit road. Go ahead and line it up. Go ahead and get the car fixed. Everything's good. There you see as well. Top 5 will advance to the duels on Saturday, P16 to P13. They'll be in the LCQs right before the duels. All the rest of them, pack it up, head to the house. You will be out.
And we've seen some great battles for those transfer positions all night long. As the field does hit pit road, we're going to get set to load up the grid here for heat race number 5. And we'll walk you through where your favorite driver will start in this one. Jake rolling off from the pole tonight. Driver of the 77 machine at Sean Hill alongside the 28 of Jesse Atchison. Row number 2 starting third on the inside, the 5 of Patrick Gitter alongside the 13 of Dawson Wise. Row 3 tonight, Kyler Wynn driving the number 20 machine alongside the 88 of Steven Stempien, another very strong contender coming from row number 3. Row 4, Jimmy Crow in the 16 machine alongside the 21 of Justin Carey. And rounding out your top 10, row number 5, the 98 of Joseph Galata alongside the 73 of Alan Fox. Jake, why don't you take us through 11th through 20th?
The number 9 entry of Cole Larson will start this race in the number 11 spot. Denver Lee Turgensen will start in the 12th spot, the number 4 entry. How about Deegan Smith, one of the regulars for the Misfit Touring Series here on Podium Esports? He's going to be driving the number 15, and he will start this race in the number 13 position. Number 6 car out there, Jake Nippers, will start in the 14th spot, with Eugene Cartini will be in the 15th spot. Diego Villalobos will start in the 16th spot, with Michael Wiseman, another driver in the Misfit Touring Series. He's going to start this race in the 17th spot. Chris Schubert in the number 66. He's going to start 18th. And then right behind them, Howard Strother Jr. will start 19th. And rounding out the top 20 is Heo Guerrera in the number 11.
Row number 11 here tonight shows the 10 car of Trevor Trago alongside the 14, another driver from the Misfit Touring Series, the 14 of Kyle Adams. And rounding out your field tonight, the 06 of Spencer Burns alongside the 24 of Justin McMahon. Of course, Jake, as we get set to go green here, once again, 30 laps is the distance here tonight. We have unlimited green-white checkers, but we do have a 1-hour time limit. So if that comes into play, watch for these drivers to kick that intensity into high gear as the pace car gets set to make that turn onto pit road. This time, we're going to hand the field over to Alex Hill. Great last name, by the way, for that driver. Shares the same with myself and our producer, Christian Hill. As we get set to go green, it's the 77 of Alex Hill on the inside, the 28 of Jesse Atchison up top. We'll see which lane gets the best start here as we are green flag racing in heat race number 5. Great jump by the inside lane. Alex Hill gonna pull the 5 machine of Patrick Gitter with him, the 20 of Kyler Wynn right there as well. As already Wynn taking a peek to the outside, possibly thinking of going to the high side. Opts to stay on the middle lane there with that 16 machine of Jimmy Crow just behind now. Wynn to the high side. Who's going to go with him? It's going to be Joseph Galata in the 98 to the outside as we work our way down the back straightaway for the first time, Jake.
Kyler Wynn's going to ease up to the top side. Hill's going to jump up, try to put the block on Kyler Wynn. Kyler Wynn, very, very strong here in these super speedways. He is a well-known driver in the super speedway department. Now he's going to get blocked. They're going to turn. We got to spin right behind him. That's Jimmy Crow, but he's able to save the car. Hell of a save by Jimmy Crow, but he's going to go all the way to the back. He's going to keep it down on the apron. Everybody's going to be slipping and sliding right past Jimmy Crow is up front. Hill has gotten out to a big-time lead. Kyler Wynn is stacking them up big time. What has happened? I think he might have blew the engine. We got a big one right over in turn 1 and 2.
Big wreck there between turns 1 and 2. Caution number 1 here in heat race number 5. And it looks like a pretty big one here. Started around row number 3 towards the front of the field. We'll get a view at that very shortly to see what happened to bring out this wreck, but multiple cars absolutely destroyed here. Jesse Atchison, one of those involved. I believe Trevor Trago may have gotten a little piece of that. Jimmy Crow, of course, involved in an earlier incident. Alan Fox there as well. As we work to get that replay loaded up, we'll have that to you shortly to show you what just happened. But Jake, big carnage here early on.
Yeah, big-time carnage. I mean, Kyler Wynn was all over the back bumper of Sean Hill. I mean, he was straight up shoving him through the tri-oval. And then it's like once they got right there coming to the entrance of turn 1, I mean, Kyler just completely got off the back bumper and started to drop back. He actually started getting bumper tagged from everybody else, caused a huge stack up on the top side, and Kyler was not going. I mean, he had his foot to the floor, but the car was not moving, and it ended up causing a huge stack up, and all hell ended up breaking loose.
And we'll take a look at the replay machine here to see what just happened to bring out caution number 1. As we do see now. Walk us through this one, Jake. What just happened here on the racetrack?
Yeah, we got a couple of guys back here spinning around. There you see everybody else trying to duck, dodge. Some of them even ARCA braking going through there. There you see Kyler Wynn in the white and red car. He was all up in the back bumper of Hill, and he was straight up into the back bumper, and he just backed off. Not real sure exactly what happened as to why Kyler Wynn was backing up so much, but he literally stacked the whole field up, and that's what caused every bit of that right there to unfold right there coming off into turn number 2. But, I mean, very curious to see Kyler Wynn. He's got the thing back in gear, and he's got it back going. But, wow, I mean, just a huge stack up when he was just lifting completely off the gas. Not sure exactly what happened with him, though.
Yeah, looked like a big hit there for multiple drivers. Alan Fox coming down pit road. We saw Eugene Cartini work his way through that incident, got some late contact with one of the cars that dropped down to the apron, but lucky for him, doesn't look like too much damage. Of course, Eugene, the founder of our Canadian F1200 Esports Championship here on Podium. You can watch that Friday night right here on Podium Esports, but for him, still out there, still charging forward. We'll see what happens here, but Alex Hill is your leader with Patrick Gitter, Cole Larson, Deegan Smith, and Steven Stempian currently in those top 5 spots, transferring to the duels. The guys going to the LCQs currently, obviously still super early. Chris Schubert, Justin Carey, Dawson Wise, Jake Niparis, Spencer Burns, John Guerra, Eugene Cartini, and Jimmy Crow Jr., one of those drivers involved in an earlier incident. We saw the Crow swoop down to the inside lane, but he was able to land back in the nest here, and he's going to be going from that 13th spot, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see exactly what happens. I mean, it's a good deal for him because Crow, I mean, not real sure exactly what happened to him. Think he might have just got tagged in the back end, got spun around, folks, in these next-gen cars. You can take a huge bump. It's not like it was in the older days, in the old school era, if you will, with the Gen 4s and all that good stuff, where you couldn't bump draft in the corners. These guys, they can bump draft all the way around this track, but the one thing they got to watch, they have to be watching their temperatures because they can easily blow these cars up. They can easily blow them up. You don't want to be all the way sucked up on the back bumper of that car, because if you do, like I said, you're going to close the whole valence up on the front of the bumper right where the grill is, and then that oil temperature, the water temperature, it's just going to skyrocket through the roof, and at that point, you end up detonating. But, I mean, Crow, he done a hell of a save to be able to keep the car straight and get it back going. This caution, obviously not good for some drivers out there, but for Jimmy Crow to be able to get back up in this bad boy, he needed that caution.
So the white flag has been displayed. We're going to go green next time by. It's Sean Hill and Patrick Gitter on the front row. Cole Larson, Deegan Smith, row number 2. Steven Stempian, Chris Schubert in row number 3 as we get set to go green once again. Of course, these drivers, Jake, did have access to one fast repair here tonight, so we'll see if they've opted to use it. Are they going to play it a little bit safer here on this next restart, stay back a little bit, try to keep their car in one piece, or are they just going to go for it and hope for the best?
And honestly, I mean, if history repeats itself so far today, you know, Robert, honestly, I think what they need to do, if you did use that fast repair, your game plan completely changes. Go to the back. Be able to try to be there at the end. Granted, this is not as long as the Podium 500 would be, which would be 200 laps. This is just a 30-lap sprint all the way to the end. But with the shorter amount of laps will come more aggression. It will, or you will have more intensity. More energy is going to happen out there on the track, and that can lead to more wrecks and maybe even another big one. So, in my opinion, if you've already burnt that fast repair, you might want to be riding around at the back at least until 5 laps to go, because at 5 laps to go, it's hammered down all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the new package that these drivers have, Jake, I'd almost think that about 10 laps, maybe even 12 to go is go time. Now you're not getting as big of those runs as you might have gotten before. It's easy to lose the draft at the back as well if you're not too careful. But pace car about to make that turn to pit road. It does this time. Sean Hill, the control car on the inside as we head for the Geico restart zone. We are green once again, and it's Sean Hill with a great restart. Cole Larson on the inside of Patrick Gitter. They're going to be side by side for position number 2 as we head down the front straightaway towards turn number 1 this time. Looks like Deegan Smith going to drop to the inside, help Cole Larson as the 5 machine of Gitter up top needs company, needs some help here. And it looks like it's going to come in the form of Dawson Weiss in car number 13 as Sean Hill going to get a big bump down the back straightaway, Jake.
Here we go, Sean Hill. He's going to try to pull some Brad Keselowski stuff, try to block the bottom and the top. Which lane is he going to go with? Now Cole Larson, he's going to ease back. He's going to be in a side-by-side battle with another driver up here. That's Chris Schubart up here on that top side. But right now, Sean Hill trying to hold it down. And everybody's starting to seem like, honestly, Robert, that they're trying to ease up here to this top side. The top side has been faster in previous heats. So a lot of these drivers probably have been watching what's been going on here recently in these heats. Seeing that the top lane is faster, is now you're already seeing about the first 7 to 8 cars already clear up on that top side.
Yeah, seeing some single file action up towards the front, playing it a little bit conservative. The first side-by-side battle, actually not even side-by-side yet, is Cole Larson with Deegan Smith just behind. Deegan gets single file as well. Joseph Galata has Kyler Wynn and Chris Schubert just behind him. They are going side-by-side for position now as we see Steven Stempian towards the rear. He jumps up into the line, nearly gets hooked by the machine behind him, Jake Nipperis, as just a little bit further off battle. Once again, here comes Cole Larson on the high side. He's going to get help from Joseph Galata as we nearly had contact with Kyler Wynn and Deegan Smith.
Kyler Wynn almost turned him, and then Kyler Wynn, and he's going to ease up to the top side. Deegan Smith still going to hold down the bottom side. He's going to get the shove from Steven Stempian. Stempian damn near turning him right in the middle of the backstretch, but he's going to try to keep him as straight as he possibly can, as this top lane is a big-time freight train. As now Kyler Wynn, he has enough of it. He's going to try to lead this inside lane. Now everything's starting to even out, as there is more drivers jumping down, but Kyler Wynn does not care. He's not out here to make friends. He wants to be able to get to that top 5 and get into the duels, get himself into the Podium 500, but he may have ended up screwing himself. Here comes Deegan Smith with Steven Stempian giving him the shove on the inside. That inside lane is a moving right now, Robert.
Absolutely moving. We're cooking and booking right now. Deegan Smith on the inside. Help from Steven Stempian. They're going to be side by side with Jimmy Crow and John Guerra as they battle side by side for that 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th positions on the racetrack. Kyler Wynn up on the high side. Watch for him to potentially make an aggressive move here. Coming up to a third of the way through the event. Coming to lap 10. On the inside, we still see Deegan Smith trying to charge forward. Up front, it's Sean Hill, Patrick Gitter, Dawson Wise, Spencer Burns, and Justin Carey as we go 3 wide towards the tail of the field. Here we go. It's Howard Strother Jr. up through the middle. He's going to clear ahead of Cole Larson. Kyle Adams going to come up and work his way forward as well. Chris Schubert going to move up. Larson absolutely getting freight trained here. He falls to the rear of the field, but up front, Deegan Smith charging up into the top 5 on the inside. That's Justin Carey up top, as well as the 16 of Jimmy Crow. Seems like every time, Jake, that the inside lane gets a run, that outside lane has to one-up them here and kick it into high gear.
Yeah, they're going to have to get something going, and this bottom lane is starting to make some moves. On the bottom side, Deegan Smith has got all the way up to Jimmy Crow. Crow is actually in the 6th spot at this point, but Deegan Smith, that time around, he's going to end up taking the 6th spot and put Crow back into the 7th spot. Stempian all over the back bumper of Deegan Smith, but he's got to back away. Try not to blow that engine up. Still got 20 laps left, Steven. Better ease up on it. Wow, Deegan Smith gets big time loose coming off of turn 2. Stempian has to get out of the gas, and that completely crosses him up as we got a big wreck on the back stretch.
you know what, Jake? They actually were able to gather it up and continue on. Jake Niparis, Diego Villalobos, able to gather it back up and continue on. That was a 3 wide gone wrong out there. They're able to continue on, but not without losing the draft. So what they're hoping for now is a caution flag at some point, but now new leader on the inside lane. That's Kyler Wynn in the 20. He's trying to charge forward with help from the 98 machine of Joseph Galata. Now on the inside, Spencer Burns. That's Burns on the inside. Wise up top. Gitter and Sean Hill leading the charge up top. Nearly a stack up behind them as the field tries to shuffle around, finding where they belong on the racetrack, finding their dance partners as we are just a few laps away from halfway now. Top 3 starting to pull away, but now on the inside, here comes Spencer Burns and Kyler Wynn. They're going to be side by side with the 5 machine of Gitter for second. Who's going to get there this time? Continuing to lead, Sean Hill, but Spencer Burns charging hard on the inside, Jake.
And they got to be very, very careful. They are catching the lap car of Eugene Cartini. Got to be very, very careful. He's trying to keep it as low as he possibly can. Burns, everybody looks like they're going to get away cleanly and kick Cartini back in the back. But all of that, Burns and Wynn had a hell of a run on the inside lane. They were almost all the way up to the door of Sean Hill, and that whole momentum is gone. Now, Burns, he's going to have to try to muster up. He's going to have to try to find something. Right behind him, Galato, he's thinking about jumping up to the top, maybe trying to look 3 wide. Here comes Schubert down on the bottom side. He's going to stick Galato right in the middle, 3 wide. Deegan Smith now, he's going to try to ease by him. He's going to stick him 3 wide. Everybody getting very, very aggressive right here at the halfway point, Robert.
Justin McMahon dives down from the high lane. He's going to take over control of the bottom. He's going to wait for Spencer Burns to get up to his rear end, see if they can make a charge. Burns going to come with a head of steam. That's the 66 of Schubert behind him. Nearly stacks up the inside lane, and it does. They're going to fall back behind Kyler Wynn, behind Denver Lee Turgeson, as Turgeson going to hold on to that 9th spot. You see Schubert jump to the top. The inside lane has retired from this charge as they're going to be all the way towards the tail of that top 10. Wynn takes a look. He's going to drop down to the inside of Stimpy, and let's see if we can revive it here. Give it a little bit of CPR and push to the front. Kyler Wynn going to try to get it done, but Sean Hill, Patrick Gitter, Dawson Wise, Justin Carey, and Jimmy Crow lead that top 5 as contact there between John Guerra and Denver Lee Turgeson just outside the top 10. Now going to be a big hit as Wynn gets sideways, Jake.
Wow, Turgeson, I mean, he was just happy. He had it on the floor. He was doing all that he could, and Wynn almost turned him right in the middle of the backstretch. But every single time I've been sitting there watching, there's been guys that's jumped down to the bottom, and then it's just stacked everybody up on the inside. It's just straight up killing this bottom lane. Everybody that's up on the top side, they are in the preferred line for right now. When it gets later on in the race, that's when you're going to see some seriously aggressive moves. Jimmy Crow actually thinking about easing it down up there. He's sitting in the 5th spot. Then you got Guerrero right behind him. Steven Stepien up here as well. How about a shout out to that number 11 of Guerrero's? We got a caution on the speedway.
Trying to find where it was. I'm not actually seeing anything here, Jake. Actually, yes, I do. There it is. That involves Denver Lee Turgeson and Justin McMahon. I believe another car was involved. We'll take a look here momentarily and see what just happened. Shout out to everyone tuned in across all of our channels here tonight on YouTube, on Twitch, and over on the Podium Esports website. Glad to have you with us here tonight. Be sure to join us tomorrow as well for more heat racing action. It's Saturday. We're going to have the LCQs and the duels leading into Sunday's Podium 500. As we take a look on the racetrack, 14 laps to go, and we're under caution once again here, Jacob Reeves.
Yeah, and here is the replay, and there you see right there, Denver Lee Turgeson. He was actually, that is incidental right there as to what happened. He was trying to jump up and get into the back of Justin McMahon. But if we wait just a little bit longer, you're going to see some hellacious contact that gets sent into Justin McMahon. There you see Denver tries to ease up and try to just jump back in line. Everybody was just rolling the top side. But watch this right here. You're going to see the 24 McMahon. He's going to come down the track. And then, folks, I'm telling you, if you got any kids watching this right here, you might want to shield their eyes. Watch this. Bam! Straight into him. I believe that was the 15 car that gets into him. No, excuse me, it was the 17. It was Eugene Cartini that just drives in there and slams straight into him. Wow, what a hit right there for Justin McMahon.
That was not a very friendly incident right there, as Eugene Cartini, like you mentioned, a latecomer to that incident. Heavy damage on board a few cars. I'm not actually sure that was the 17 of Eugene Cartini, though.
No, it was not. It was not. I do apologize for that. That was Michael Weissman. He was just trying to roll, and he actually was on the brakes going into turn one. But, I mean, Robert, when you see a wreck like that, you have one guy stopped up on the top side. He thought, that McMahon was going to keep it up on the top side as well, and he was just going to try to roll the bottom. And then he was on the brakes. He was trying to slow down from what I'm seeing on the telemetry. He was trying to get it woed down. It just so happens that McMahon just got away from Denver, and it just slid him right down basically in the path of Michael Weissman. Weissman had absolutely nowhere to go. Bam, straight into him.
It's not necessarily the easiest to avoid some of these incidents, Jake. Of course, when it does start up on the high side, quite often you're going to see the car slide down the racetrack, almost like a self-cleaning incident there. As you just saw, folks, Eugene Cartini in the 17 machine was not involved in that incident, but did get the lucky dog. He's going to come around and put himself back on the lead lap. But if I'm in Eugene Cartini's ear, I'd be telling him to come down and take that fast repair, because he did get some damage on the early incidents. You see Eugene there on your screen. Once again, be sure to tune in Friday, and he's going to be in that Formula 1200 championship here on Podium Esports. And yeah, he's running the Formula cockpit here tonight, got the Formula wheel on there. I wouldn't imagine it's very easy to run Daytona with a rectangular wheel, Jake.
No, honestly, there is absolutely no way that I'd be able to do it. I'm lucky enough to do it with my T300 that I've got in my racing rig.
I thought you were going to say with your teeth. I was just picturing you there gnawing on the wheel.
I could try it, but I guarantee you that the results wouldn't be nowhere near what I would want them to be if I decided to do that. But with the Formula One wheel, a lot of drivers, honestly, Robert, there's guys out there that would want to run a Fanatec. Some guys want to try to roll with a Logitech. Then you end up having a Thrustmaster, and then you end up having a wheel like, Cartini's got right here. So, there's just a lot of wheel combinations out there. It's just really what the driver really wants to feel, whether it be a road course or an oval, whichever. It's just whatever the driver's more comfortable with. And it seems like the Eugene seems like he's more comfortable with the Formula One wheel.
He looks pretty chill in that chair right now, just hanging out, looking over at the camera. I think he knows that we're talking about him. Eugene, if you hear us, give us a wave. But I think he's getting ready to go.
The mirrors burning.
Again. Lights are off on the pace car. Adjust the hat, adjust the steering wheel. We're going to go racing once again. Your top five: Sean Hill, Patrick Gitter, Dawson Wise, Justin Carey, and Jimmy Crow. They currently hold the transfer spots to the duels, and the drivers currently in position to go to the LCQ: João Guerra, Steven Stempian, Joseph Gulata, Chris Schubert, Deegan Smith, Spencer Burns, Kyler Wynn, and Michael Weissman. Everyone else is currently in position to be watching from the sidelines on Sunday, Jake. So watch for some intensity here as we're going to go green with 11 laps to go.
Absolutely. But Robert, as well as I do, these positions can change in the blink of an eye. You could be running, at the front and to be all the way kicked outside of that top 13 and trying to look into it just to get to the LCQ. So anything is possible here at Daytona. And one thing I will say about this right here, it's going to get down to the nitty gritty right here in a little bit, because Robert, it's like I was saying a while ago, there's a shot on the line to try to race in a Catalina wine mixer of sim racing, the Podium 500 coming up Sunday. These guys know it and these guys want it.
I would expect you to show up on Sunday for this Catalina wine mixer wearing your best Sunday suit as we get set to go green this time. The pace car down pit road. Sean Hill, the control car on the inside. Patrick Gitter up top as we are green once again. Great jump there by Sean Hill. Dawson Wise with a great push here as Gitter gets to the inside. Jimmy Crow going to clear up to position number 4 as Justin Carey now has Steven Stempian all over him. John Guerra up on the high side. Chris Schubert there as well as these drivers work their way forward. We're going to have some battles for position as here comes Gitter to the outside all alone. I don't think it's going to work, but now Stempian takes a look. He's going to come up there. He's got Spencer Burns behind him. We saw them together a little bit earlier. That triggers Patrick Gitter to jump back to the high side as the leaders go to block. We're 3 wide for second. It's Gitter up top, Crow on the bottom, and Dawson Wise in the middle. He's going to fall back as we have absolute chaos right here, Jacob Reeves.
Holy hell, the intensity just picked up absolutely big time, and Sean Hill is at the front of all this chaos that's going on right behind him. Patrick Gitter trying to hold on to second, but we got another spin back in the back. Wow, cars spinning all over the place. One driver eases it down to the bottom. Caution is out. And Robert, I'll be honest with you, I don't believe that that's going to be the last caution here in Heat 5.
They got the memo that we got unlimited green-white checkers here tonight, Jake. They're going to try to use every single one of them. They want as many laps as they possibly can out here tonight, as that was Michael Weissman just involved in that latest incident. We're watching Spencer Burns out here on the racetrack. I do believe he was able to stay clear of that incident. Yes, he was. He's in position number 4, actually up 19 positions from the start. So he started 23rd. That is the second last position and finds himself in that 4th spot currently as we go ahead and try to take a look at the incident here. Let's see what just happened.
Yep, Kyle Adams, you're going to see him right here coming up through in the 24 that you see on the screen, but on timing and scoring, he is the 14 right there fixing to come around the black and gold monster car. Looks like he just kind of comes down a little bit and gets into him, and there goes Wiseman, sends him around Adams. Obviously, Wiseman and Adams running in the Misfit Touring Series on the Saturdays here on Podium Esports. Not necessarily how they wanted to meet up here at Daytona, but unfortunately, that's what happens. Kyle looked like he just kind of came down right there and got into his door, and then it just set them both straight down into Wiseman. Wiseman goes around, and unfortunately, Cole Larson, he was right smack dab in the middle of it. He got a piece of that as well.
So misfortune for the Misfits out here, Jacob Reeves, as multiple Misfit drivers involved in that one. Just taking a look out here at the field, a couple big movers, like we mentioned. Spencer E. Burns up 19 spots to position number 4. Joao Guerra up to that 6th spot. He's up 14 positions, and everyone else up or down a handful out there. There's been some great movement. We've seen drivers such as Dawson Wise go from the penthouse to the outhouse, currently running in 22nd. But now with an upcoming restart here, less than 10 to go, I would expect absolute intensity through the roof, off the levels here, off the charts, as we get set to go green in the closing laps here, Jacob Reeves.
Well, I mean, you're expecting intensity. I'm expecting honestly chaos. I'm expecting to honestly all hell end up breaking loose, because it's like I said, these guys know what's at stake to get into that top 5. Be in the duels, not have to worry about going to the LCQs on Saturday. Have them a spot in the Podium 500, which, like I said, it's one of the best sim racing events ever. Honestly, I mean, honestly, Robert, every single year, everybody wants to try to get out here and try to win the Podium 500, just like in real NASCAR. Drivers want to get out there and win the Daytona 500. Well, guess what, folks? This is sim racing's Daytona 500, and you got to go through the gauntlet. I mean, nobody's safe. Nobody's ever safe in this whole thing right here, Robert. I mean, you could have past champions end up getting knocked out of this thing. Anything is possible at that point, but you're going to see a lot of, like you said, intensity, and I'm going to go with chaos right here for these final 9 laps.
Like you mentioned, absolutely anybody could make this race. They could also easily miss out. We've seen already tonight drivers from the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, the highest level of stock car racing on the iRacing simulation, not qualify for this event. Kwame Scott amongst those drivers that DNQ'd earlier tonight in heat race number 1. And we've got drivers in here buried deep in the field that we know are quite capable of competing with the absolute best that are on the outside looking in. So watch for some drivers to make some very, very big moves here. And I just want to give a shout out before we go green here once again, Jake, to everyone that's been working behind the scenes on this event. Ryan Bauer, Christian Hill, Brandon Davis, DJ Line, absolutely everyone that's been involved in putting this together. It takes an army. Of course, you've seen tonight all the commentators that have cycled through this booth. Justin Prince, Rachel Whiteford, Evan Pasoko, DJ Clark was here earlier, Joe Peak. You're going to see a handful more tomorrow. So it takes a lot to put this on. Shout out to every single person that's done this here tonight, and we can't wait to bring you the rest of this show. But lights are off on the pace car. 7 laps remaining, 6 to go when we go green next time by.
Absolutely, Robert Hill. I mean, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, everybody at Podium, I mean, this is the best broadcasting company for sim racing right here, Podium Esports. So, I mean, great group of guys. I'm happy to be a part of this as well, Robert. I'm telling you, we're fixing to see some serious stuff right here. Sean Hill, he has been up at the front literally all race long. Nobody's really had a shot at challenging him until they got into that little bit of a spat, I guess you could say, when they was going into turn 3 and everybody was trying to block and trying to do some crazy stuff when they was trying to get runs. That's the only time that Sean Hill has really had to fight anybody off here in this race. We're going to see what he's going to do. Obviously, laps winding down. We're going to be 6 to go when they get back to the line. Patrick Gitter, he's up here in the 2nd spot. Steven Stepien for dropping the hammer. He's up here in that 3rd spot. We talked about Spencer Burns, started 23rd. He's up here in 4th. And Kyler Wynn, he's holding down that final transfer spot in 5th. But don't count out some of these drivers like Guerrero, like Gallardo, like Jimmy Crow. How about him? He was one of those guys that damn near got wrecked a while ago, went through the grass. Now here he is up here with a shot to get into the duels and try to get into Podium 500.
As we get set to go green here, we're going to ride along with Spencer E. Burns, driver the 06. He's going to start on the outside of row number 2. Pace cars off. We are green. Once again, Sean Hill on the loud pedal, and we see Burns already side by side with Stepien for that 3rd spot. Burns going to get a nice jump. Looks like Gitter going to take over the top spot over Spencer Hill, or Sean Hill, sorry. We got lots of S's up here as we continue to battle on. Kyler Wynn working his way through the field. He's up to position number 3 on the high side. He's not afraid to dip and dive everything he possibly needs to do to get up here, Jacob Reeves, as now the top 5 looks like this. Gitter, Burns, Wynn, Galata, and Hill, the top 5, but Hill side by side with Guerra through turn number 3 and 4.
Sean Hill trying to lead them all off of turn number 4 and make it to 5 laps to go. Kyler Wynn just straight up come right down in front of Sean Hill. Basically chop the nose off, if you will, and Kyler Wynn's going to take that bump. He's going to go all the way to the front. He was running 3rd or 4th in line on the top side, and now he's going to lead them all here at Daytona. Kyler Wynn goes straight to the front. He's going straight to the top. He's going to bring the 77 of Sean Hill up to the top side. They're going to jump right in front of Gallardo. Now Gallardo's going to be up here, excuse me, Guerrera. All these guys up here, everybody's sending it right here at this point with 5 laps to go. So we see guys down there on the apron, but up front, everybody's starting to migrate to that top lane right now, Robert. It's going to be a matter of who's going to jump down. We saw this in Heat 4. Who's going to be able to jump down and try to make that pass and try to advance up into that top 5.
4 to go this time by. It's Kyler Wynn, Sean Hill, Patrick Gitter, Spencer E. Burns, and Joseph Galata in those top 5 transfer spots to the duel. Everyone behind them wants it, and everyone behind them trying to keep their cars in one piece as somebody got a piece of the outside wall. Watching towards the rear, it's Justin McMahon up through the middle. He's going to have some help from the 15 machine Actually, that is the 45 of Michael Weissman. So watch for some crazy 3 wide action up through the middle towards the back of the pack as we're going to come around and face 3 to go, this time by Kyler Wynn, continuing to lead over Sean Hill as we have a shuffle of positions as we have some around. It's the 73 of Alan Fox to the inside, and multiple cars taking some rather big hits here, Jake.
Wow, Alan Fox, he was just up there on the top side, and he was just really minding his own business. There you see Deegan Smith. Deegan actually gets involved in this big time as well, and it really all started right there coming off of turn 4, honestly, Robert. I mean, Deegan Smith, he ends up getting a little bit of a door banging going on right there with Justin Carey as they came off the corner, and I think it just got Wiseman out of shape, and then Wiseman just tried to correct it, comes back up, ends up hitting Alan Fox, and then he comes down, and then basically it's a track blocker. Everybody trying to figure out which way to go. Bunch of smoke up there. You'll see it right here on the instant replay. And obviously we're riding on board. There's Wiseman in the 15. There you see, wow, actually the 21 Carey comes up and actually throws the door into him. And then Wiseman, he tries to send it right here. Maybe a little bit of net code, honestly, right there, Robert, is what caused that, because Fox goes straight up. There goes Deegan Smith straight up into the wall. And there you saw Steven Stempy, hell, he just went through the grass. And honestly, that's honestly one of your safest bets. When you see a huge wreck happening right there close to you, just go as low as you can, go through the grass if you have to try to stay away from all of it.
I don't know if you just saw the 37 car there, but he decided he was just going to stay on it, push the car that was ahead of him, try to get going. That's Deegan Smith that was backwards. But what a wreck we just saw right there. Of course, these drivers not going to give an inch at this point, Jake. A lot is on the line, but you could put yourself in a really bad position as well by forcing something that's not an opportunity to do at this point. As you see Deegan Smith, he's down pit road. He is driving a modified currently. We'll see if he has one of those great fast repairs left as he's going to hit his box this time. Will a nose get put on that machine? Yes, it does. So Deegan Smith not quite out of it yet. Might as well take some tires while you're down there. Maybe grab an ice cream cone, a chicken sandwich, whatever you want. Get ready to go for this final restart. This is going to be, well, I say final restart. We're probably going to have more as this will be green, white, checkered attempt number 1.
Yeah, and folks, this right here is when the office pool ends up coming out. How many cautions or excuse me, how many green, white checkers are we going to have right here? Are you thinking 1, 2, 3? Or are you thinking we're going to use all 15 of them? Anything's possible because it's like I said, Robert, this is the last race of the night. This is these guys' opportunity, like I said, to get in the Podium 500. And it's like you said, they're going to get intensity. They're going to ramp it up. Everybody's going to try to get every little bit they can. And honestly, if it gets down to the point to where somebody's got to get turned, hell, so be it. I mean, try to advance your way up through there. Don't make it look intentional or nothing. But obviously, guys wanting to get up there, they're going to give every little bit that they got. They're not going to give an inch right here. It's going to be interesting right here on this green, white checkered.
It is absolutely going to be interesting here as we get set to go green once again. Let's reset the stage for you. Kyler Wynn, Sean Hill, Patrick Gitter, Spencer E. Burns, and Joseph Gulata currently in the top 5 spots, meaning that if they finish in these positions, they'll advance directly to Saturday's duels and lock into the Podium 500. Currently 6th on back, so it's Joao Guerra, Jimmy Crow Jr., Cole Larson, Howard Strother Jr., Justin McMahon, Dawson Wise, Justin Carey, and Chris Schubert, 6th through 13th, which would go to the LCQ. Drivers on the outside looking in: Diego Villalobos, Jake Niparis, Kyle Adams, Eugene Cartini, Trevor Trago, Alan Fox, Michael Weissman, Deegan Smith, Steven Stempien. Those drivers currently trying to get their way in to those final spots, as well as Jesse Atchison. And the only driver out of this race at this point, Jake, is Denver Lee Turgeson. As the lights are off in the pace car, we're going to go green this time by for green, white checkered attempt number 1. And just for those of you at home keeping track of the time in the server, we still have 20 minutes remaining, so lots of time for additional restarts.
Yeah, we got a lot of time left right here in this bad boy, and we'll see what's going to happen right there. I mean, we've talked about Kyler Wynn, we've talked about Sean Hill, some of these guys that's up here at the front that have been up at the front literally all race long. Some of these drivers that's actually back here in the back, they still got a shot to be able to try to ease up here. Believe it or not, one of those guys is way back in 22nd spot. Steven Stempian, driver for the Dropping the Hammer team with the Sunoco Cup Series. This guy right here, he knows how to get around Daytona. He's had a lot of crazy paint schemes with the Sunoco Winter Series here on Podium Esports. He's had a lot of throwbacks to Dale Jr., a lot of great paint schemes. This guy right here, he knows how to get it done on some super speedways. So we may see a raise hell, praise Dale moment right here out of Steven Stepien, all the way back there in 22nd with 3 laps to go. Who knows? He may be up there in the top 5 when this thing's all said and done.
Definitely a possibility. Anybody on the outside is currently looking in, and they're going to try everything they possibly can to get there. As the pace car about to make the turn onto pit road, it's Kyler Wynn, the control car on the inside. Sean Hill up top with Spencer E. Burns just behind him. Burns going to get a good push there on Sean Hill, but it's Kyler Wynn able to pull away. He's going to jump up ahead of Hill here, get back to the dance that they had going before the latest caution. The top 3 in a triple tango here. We go back to single file up along the outside wall. First car to take a look to the inside is Jimmy Crow. He's going to try to work his way forward as he's currently side by side for position number 6 down the back straight. As we go 3 wide once again, here comes Diego Villalobos as he gets a big push down the back straight. We're coming to face the white flag. This time it's Kyler Wynn, Sean Hill, Spencer E. Burns, Patrick Gitter, and Joseph Gulata. Jacob Reeves.
Everybody's going to see what they can do right here. Crow's still down on the bottom side. Don't really think anybody up there in that top 5 is going to try to make a move right now because obviously it could be disastrous for them. White flag, bell lap here of Heat 5 of the heats as we got one driver spinning down at the bottom. Looked like that was Justin McMahon that ends up spinning around, but we already hit the white flag. They're going to send it all the way to the house. Here goes Galato up here. He's going to lay back just a little bit. He's going to actually slide Guerrera back. Everybody wrecking behind him. Huge pile up. Everybody getting piled up into this wreck, but everybody trying to stand on the gas, and maybe they can get into the 13 and still get to the LCQ, but we still watch the battle for the lead. Here goes Kyler Wynn. Sean Hill up here. Hill may take a shot down the bottom, and he thinks about it, but Wynn's going to smack it right in the middle of the track. Hill's going to go all the way down to the bottom, cut the apron, photo finish at the line. Kyler Wynn's going to get it by 3/1000ths of a second. Wow, what a finish.
Kyler Wynn, Sean Hill, Spencer E. Burns, Patrick Gitter, and Joseph Gulata will transfer to the duels on Saturday. Of course, this is unofficial. Joao Guerra, Cole Larson, Jimmy Crow Jr., Deegan Smith, Steven Stempian, Jake Niparis. Looks like Jesse Atchison and Howard Strother Jr. will advance to the LCQs. The drivers that are done for tonight and unfortunately look to be done for the event: Eugene Cartini, Diego Villalobos, Justin McMahon, Dawson Wise, Alan Fox, Justin Carey, Chris Schubert, Trevor Trago, Kyle Adams, Michael Weisman, and Denver Lee Turgeston here, Jacob Reeves, as we do see Kyler Wynn burning it down on the front straightaway after a great effort by him going from front to back to front and getting it done here tonight.
Yeah, he done a fantastic job. Started 5th, like you said, went all the way to the back. There you see Steven Stempian. How about that, folks? I called that right there before that restart. He started back 22nd, and like I said, raise hell, praise Dale, all the way up to the 10th spot. Not able to get into the duels, not able to lock himself into it, but able to get up there in that top 13.
You think he's excited?
And at least have a shot. Yeah, he's smiling. I'm sure he hears me talking about him at this point, but I'm telling you, I mean, he sent it up there. He's still got a shot to make the Podium 500. We'll see what happens with him on Saturday. But congratulations to Kyler Wynn. Like I said, that number 20 of Kyler Wynn, he has done a fantastic job on the super speedways. He's got a lot of knowledge here. So that's got to give him a lot of, I guess you could say, momentum going into the Podium 500, or at least the duels going into Saturday.
Yeah, what a great night of heats here. Let's take a look at the final results from heat race number 5. As you saw, Kyler Wynn coming across the line first. Sean Hill in second. Spencer E. Burns brings it home in position number 3. Fourth tonight is Patrick Gitter with Joseph Gulata in that 5th spot. Of course, like we mentioned, these guys will transfer to the duels on Saturday. Joao Guerra, Cole Larson, Jimmy Crow, Deegan Smith, and Steven Stempian round out the top 10. Jacob Reeves, take us through to the end of the field, buddy.
Yep. And then we got Jake Nipris. He's going to end up finishing in the 11th spot. Jesse Atchison will end up finishing in the 12th spot. How about Howard Strother Jr.? 19th all the way up to 13th. He's going to get the last spot to be able to go into the LCQ. So good drive by Howard to get up there in that 13th spot. The rest of these drivers, they're going to be packing up and heading to the house. Eugene Cartini will end up finishing in the 14th spot. Diego Villalobos will finish in the 15th spot. Justin McMahon will end up finishing 16th. Dawson Wise, after starting 4th in this race, will end up finishing in the 17th spot. Alan Fox will finish 18th. Justin Carey, will finish 19th. Chris Schubert will get 20th, and the rest of the field, Trevor Trago, Kyle Adams, Michael Wiseman, and Denver Lee Turgeson.
What a fantastic heat race we just had there. And Jake, we've been joined in the booth by the boss man, Ryan Bauer. Ryan, what are your thoughts here on night number 1 of Podium 500 heat races?
Great night of racing out there. Wanted to say thank you to everybody for signing up and racing in the Podium 500. Just feels good to be able to put this event on for the community. And I especially wanted to say thanks to everybody watching tonight. We carried about 100 on each of the 3 platforms tonight. And everybody watching on Podium Esports right now, please tell your friends. Thank you. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night at 7.
Like Ryan mentioned, tomorrow night we're going to do it all over again. 6:45 p.m. Eastern time will kick off night number 2 of Podium 500 heat racing qualifying. And Jake, we'll be back again tomorrow night as well for some of the action.
Absolutely. I mean, we're just as jacked up as everybody else. There you see the photo finish. And Robert, honestly, what a deal. What a race right here to end it on. What a finish to end it on. That's how close it was to winning the heat race. But obviously both of them going to be able to transfer on to the duels. But wow, I mean, they give us a hell of a finish all the way down to the end. Kyler Wynn, Sean Hill, what a finish all the way down to the end. But like I said, this is only getting started. It's just going to get ramped up even more, Robert, as time goes along. It's just going to get more crazier and more crazier with all the spots to try to get in this big race.
Absolutely. We saw some great racing all night long, from heat race number 1 tonight, where we saw some drivers such as Presley Sora make it happen on the final restart. He was on the outside nearly 3 or 4 seconds off the field before that final restart. He was able to lock his way directly into the Podium 500 by finishing 5th in that heat race. We saw great action all night long, and I can't wait to see what night number 2 holds. But on behalf of Jacob Reeves, Christian Hill, Ryan Bauer, and all of us here at Podium Esports, congratulations to all the drivers that have worked their way into the duels on Saturday. Best of luck to everyone in those LCQs as well. But for Ryan Bauer at Podium Esports, camera builder Dougie Beard, our producer Christian Hill, of course Jacob Reeves, everyone that called races tonight, my name is Robert Hill Jr. Thank you so much for watching tonight's broadcast of night number 1 of Podium 500 heats. We wish you a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow, 6:45 Eastern time, same place, Podium Esports, here on YouTube, Twitch, and podiumesports.com. Thanks for joining us.
Night, y'all.
264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.